Hello everyone. Before we get started today, I just want to welcome you all. I want to say hello. How are you guys doing? Hope you've had a wonderful break over Christmas and New Year. But before we jump on in, I want to set some ground rules. Not ground rules. That's not the right word. Before we jump on into the stream itself, I want to, first of all, thank you for being here. And secondly, let you know what exactly we're doing today. Today is the day we come back to streaming after a long break. Well, not that long, 2 weeks. We had 2 weeks off for Christmas and New Year. But we're coming back today with something new. Something a little bit flashy, a little bit different. You may have already noticed that there's some changes, that things have changed, things are new, things are different here, even on the starting screen. And those changes will continue into the stream itself. Kiko and I have been working real hard on overhauling AneurynPlays. What it means to be AneurynPlays, and we've got all new art, all new overlays, and all stuff like that. And we're going to go through all of that. Today is going to be something of a showcase of all the new stuff that we will, that we've got. And we're going to talk about things that are going to be happening in the future as well. All the new stuff that's going to be coming, even after this big update. We're calling this update AneurynPlays 3.0. It was a term that was basically, I mean, it's a term that I imagine everyone understands. You get the idea of iterative updates. But it was Tim, actually, when we did the first major overhaul. It was Tim that referred to it as AneurynPlays 2.0. And today, we're taking that next step for a big overhaul of the channel. This is AneurynPlays 3.0. But unlike 2.0, it's not going to stay at 3.0. This is just the beginning. And what we've got in store over the next year, 2 years even, is going to be continuous updates. So we're going to get 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, and so on, as we continue to improve on what we've already got here. I hope you're looking forward to it. There's not going to be, you know, if you're a fan of VTubers, if you've done, you know, been to a VTuber costume reveal or anything like that, you know that it's a slow affair. And that's fine, you know, it works. But we're not going to be doing that today. We're just going to jump straight on in. New art, new overlays, everything ready to go. And we're just jumping straight on into it. I hope that's something that you're going to enjoy. I'm like I said, I'm very grateful to see so many people here already. And I hope you're looking forward to it as much as I am. So, once again, a big welcome. And we are going to jump on over and begin the stream. Hello everyone and welcome back to AneurynPlays. My name is Aneurin and today we are revealing AneurynPlays 3.0. And here it is, and here I am. Look at me, look how adorable I am. Welcome everyone to the stream. Big welcome to Ronald, to Mary, to Munta, to Gamer. How are you guys doing? He's been chibied. I have been chibied. This is it. This is the new me. New me, same as the old me, just a little bit cuter. Here we are. How are you guys doing today? This has been a long time coming. I've been wanting to do this for a very, very long time. I've been wanting to overhaul everything that we've had here. The background is still the same, but that's going to stay the same. That is literally my office, so that's not going to change anytime soon. Yeah. He got the Goku treatment. Oh, I didn't even think of it like that. Yeah. This is AneurynPlays 3.0 Dimer. But welcome. Ronchini, it's good to be able to see you in the chat. That's awesome. I'm glad that we've overcome this issue. Oh, thank you very much, Munta. Sorry, I just took a drink there. I thought I had time. I want to start... I had to drop the weenie. Oh, yeah, okay. Ronchini-san. Yeah, I see it. Damn. That sucks. That really sucks. Oh my goodness, YouTube, I tell you. Do you know what? I just had to fix something on YouTube, right? I was working on the overlays for chat until the wee hours of the morning. I think I finished around 5 a.m. working on chat. And then I log in today and I start the stream, and what do I see? Stuff has changed. In between, in the past 12 hours, YouTube changed something and put a gray gradient behind the chat, which I then had to try to figure out where that was, how it was being generated, and remove it. And I couldn't believe it. Like I said, I've been working on this for the past 12 hours. Oh, sorry, I was working on this until like 5 a.m. and then in the past 12 hours they went and changed something. I'm like, you couldn't have picked a better time, YouTube. Like, seriously. Oh dear. Looks fantastic. Thank you, Mutta. We are going to... I want to show you some things, because this is the thing. This is what we've been working towards. This is what we've been working towards. And it's about flexibility. It's about quality. It's about a genuine improvement. And you might look at this, and I'm sure there are some people out there that are looking at the 𝗬𝗶𝗁𝗵 and thinking to themselves, well, that's a straight downgrade. You know, I'm not here for the for the weirdness. You know, I'm not a child. I'm just a chibi. And the benefits of being a chibi is that it is a lot easier to produce this artwork. Having a highly detailed artwork like what we had previously was nice. Don't get me wrong. It was great. But it had its limitations. And that's because I'm not a VTuber. VTubers, you know, you can make a model and then you can animate it and have it stand in different poses and stuff like that. But I'm not a VTuber, I'm a PNG tuber. And as such, every single frame of animation has to be drawn by hand. And that meant that when I had my old art style, I had two poses. I had standing and chatting, and I had gaming. And that was it. That's all I had. That's different now. I can stand here chatting with you, and you know, while I'm sitting here chatting with you, I could be really excited and really happy about the things that we're talking about. Did you know that this artwork, it's a lot more flexible? We've got a lot more room to be able to do some cool stuff with it. But, you know, I could also have like a serious problem, like when YouTube changes the bloody chat CSS, and I have to figure it out. Last minute. One more thing. That does look like one more thing, doesn't it? It's like, one more thing. I should actually get you to do a one more thing, like a proper one more thing. And right now, I just want you all to know that, like, if there's a tab, I'm gonna scream. Ah, dear. Oh my goodness, Plague Dog dropping the 20. Thank you so much. Good grief. I hadn't even got to the point where we were going to talk about monetization yet, and here he comes. Just rides in swinging. Bloody hell. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Plague Dog. Really appreciate that, man. Jackie Chan Adventure. That's the one. Yeah, that's the one. You got the actually finger. Oh yeah, see, it can be used as a, well, actually, or it can be used as a one more thing. I love Uncle. Uncle is my spirit animal. I have many spirit animals. I tried to do that thing from mobile last stream and my phone said no. Oh, really? Okay. Interesting. No hot tubs this time. For anyone who is not aware of what Mary is talking about, you are probably in, you're probably in the majority, and you're probably much better off for it. I did a thing on Twitch. Do you remember back, just like 5 years ago, the meta on Twitch was hot tub streams? So I did a joke stream for my birthday. I think it was for my birthday. We did a joke stream where I had Kiko draw me in a hot tub in the Geralt, like the Geralt style wooden hot tub from The Witcher 3. And yeah, Mary wasn't impressed. I did a hot tub stream, yeah. But it was all drawn, so it was like, there was nothing weird about it. You're too young to know. Stick him in a barrel. Absolutely. You need bazungas for hot tub? Nah, it's fine. I could have done that. I could have done that. I could have had Kiko draw me in a bikini. Gone full James from Pokemon, you know? You went off meta? I did go a little bit off meta, yeah. It was me in a hot tub rather than a hot girl. No one to marry skate. I think the most offensive part of the hot tub stream was to draw you with an optional hot tub pizza slice. Yeah, actually, do you know what? The pizza slice was great because the way Kiko drew it, it was like, I was holding the pizza in my left hand, but there was also, the main pose had my left hand underwater. So it looked like I was pulling the pizza from out of, you know, from inside the hot tub. Just a whole load of chest hair. Oh, that would have been funny. I could have gone full Zangief. Yeah, no, I didn't do that. I was clean shaven like IRL. Eating in the hot tub, so sleazy. I love it. Yeah, the only thing it was missing was like lines. Disgusting. So you went in a hot tub IRL? No. It was just a drawing. I was trying to find some, you know, sloshing water noises to put in the background so it sounded like I was actually in a hot tub. But I didn't find anything in short notice. But no, I've been considering doing that again, but like the hot tub meta is kind of old hat. The thing that I would have to do now is sensor bar meta. Have you seen that? Have you seen that on Twitch? That Twitch streamers will go in and they're just like wearing, or they're not really wearing anything, but they've got tactical sensor bars set up so that when they walk on stream, you can't see anything. Oh boy. Just call yourself a prawn site already, you know? You have just kept a bucket on hand. A charcuterie board. Sorry, charcuterie board? Charcuterie. Is that like cheese and meats and things like that? Is that like a smorgasbord? Happy New Year, gamer. How you doing? Never seen the Black Bar meta. Watch Monster Hunter streams mostly. Yeah, that's where you're safe. Yeah, that's definitely where you're safe. Monster Hunter stream. A lot of gaming streams. Generally speaking, gaming streams are safe. There are a few weird ones, I'll be honest. Oh, the other one is the bike riding meta. I don't know if you know about that one. That was another one. It was girls riding an exercise bike with a camera pointed at their ass. So they were playing video games while riding an exercise bike, and of course they were getting sweaty over time. That's just I don't like that one. No, I don't like that one. That one, no. Imagine the smell. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back onto more YouTube friendly topics. So as I was saying, we got a bunch of new poses now, right? We've got the gaming like we had before. We've got explaining, and we've got happy explaining, and there's going to be lots more to come. But that's not the be all and end all of it. We've got much more than that. Hang on a second. Let me just grab a drink. Lovely. Gotta keep hydrated. And, you know, for those times where maybe I need to go and take a look at... We got Cox. That's... Wait. Mary, calm down. Calm down. Is it green? It is green. It is green indeed. It's a potion bottle from Monster Hunter. Of course, I'm classing it up with the straw. We need a Kit Kat break one. There may be a Kit Kat one coming. I tell you what we do have for break, however. We've also got these ones. If I need to step away from the screen. So I've got that. And of course you would have seen the hello when we entered, and there's a goodbye for when we leave. We've got a bunch of new poses, and that is the benefit of downgrading, quote unquote, downgrading. It's not, I don't consider this a downgrade at all. We've made it so that the art style is a little more simplistic, but with the benefit that we can do a lot more with it. And I'm really excited for where we're going, because this is what I was saying in the opening. This is what I was saying in the intro. It doesn't stop here. This is AneurynPlays 3.0. But in a few months' time, there's gonna be a DLC. Okay? There's gonna be DLC. And we're gonna have AneurynPlays 3.1. And then a few months after that, we're gonna have AneurynPlays 3.2. And it's going to keep building. It's going to keep growing. We're going to keep being able to add stuff to this in a way that we couldn't do it before. We're going to be able to chuck on a bunch of different poses. We're going to have different expressions, different emotions. We're going to have different things like drinking and The sleeping, we're gonna have alternate versions of those. It's gonna be really interesting, and you guys can help out as well. If you've got suggestions, feel free to throw them at us. Kit Kat, Kiko, write that one down. Kit Kat's gonna happen. Do we have a rage out for 𝗦𝘄𝗶𝘁𝗰𝗵 minigames? We do not, but we will. It'll be on the list. I think we've already got rage out on the list, but yeah, we can definitely double check that one. Sleeping, standing up, either that's some serious narcolepsy or you're part horse. I may be part horse. Don't ask me to run, though. Sorry to be that guy, actually. No pressure on me at all. Nope, none whatsoever. And of course, yeah, okay, so let's push the credit to where it belongs. Kiko is, of course, my artist. She's been my artist from the very beginning, from long before I was streaming. Kiko is my artist, and my wife also. That she's also that. You know, you gotta, if you got a good artist, you gotta marry them just to make sure they don't get away. And she's been working really hard on getting the artwork ready for today's stream. And like I said, we've got a lot more to come. We've got like a list of 30 poses. Some of them will be less noticeable because they'll be intermission poses, or not intermission, that's not the word. They'll be like automatic poses, you know? So like transitioning from one scene to another, like we did with the opening, with the intro, the hello and welcome. So some of them are not going to necessarily be, you know, in the forefront. I'm not going to be, you know, switching over to them like I can with some of these other ones. They're going to be just there for when they need to be there. But we've got a bunch of other poses that we've got planned as well. Like a good list of like 30 poses. And I've got a setup, which I don't currently have it set up, but I do have a setup where I can press a button and get a random pose, right? So let's say, for example, we had like 5 different explanation poses. I could press the explain button and get any one of those 5. Which I think is a great way of adding variety and expression to the stream in a way that I haven't been able to do before. And so that's what we're working towards. This is why I say we've got like 30 different pose ideas already. It's because we're planning ahead. We're looking ahead at the idea of what can we do? How can we expand? How can we add more quality and value to the streams? And the first step was the art. Because like I said, it was great having the old art style, the very detailed anime art style. This is kind of anime too, but you know what I mean. The very detailed art style that we had before was great, but it was limiting. It meant that we couldn't do as much by way of poses or alternate costumes, because it meant that we spent so much time on one pose that it was going to take like 2-3 months just to get out one new pose. And each pose is like a set of 4 as well. So there is that to it as well. We're doing it in batches. The reality is I work a full-time job already and effectively a second one as a main moderator here. Even with the new style, it's not feasible for me to pump out 30 poses in a short time. Batches will make it more manageable. Absolutely. And that's the other thing as well, is like, once Kiko has got the basic pose done, she'll be able to come back in the future and do new outfits for each of the poses as well. Yeah. So I feel like I missed a comment. I read something. I kind of saw someone mentioned a power glove. As it went past, and I don't know where it's gone. You said it, Ron. I can't see the post. It was... I definitely thought I saw it, but I can't find your post. It looks like you're using the NES Power Glove. Oh, it was further up than I thought. Sorry. Yes, I am using Power Glove. It's not necessarily the NES Power Glove, though. This is my own custom Power Glove. It's got different aspects to it. Do I have the artwork for it? I don't think I still have the full artwork for it that I drew a while ago. I drew a design document to show what my Power Glove looks like. But what you can see right here is it's got like the Switch Joy-Cons plugged into the front. It's got the full detailed version has like a Mega Drive top on here, and this is a touch screen. So yeah, it's based on the Nintendo Power Glove, but it's actually it's my own design. It's my own creation. I think the concept of the Power Glove is really cool, and I'd like to go over that. I'd like to talk about some of the other projects that we've got coming in the future. But part of me doesn't want to start talking about it just yet. But one of the things that we've been talking about for a while now, and we've not done anything with it, would be the idea of doing a webcomic. It's something that's just come up and gone away from time to time. We started on the internet making comics. That was the big thing. We did weekly webcomics, Kiko and I. And that was a big part of our lives. And I kind of wish we were still able to bring that back. You do have the glove point. Oh yeah, that's actually right. The pointer is actually... Can I scale this up though without it getting blurry? Probably not. Oh, that's not too bad. There we go. So this one has like the Mega Drive bit on the top. This one doesn't have the touchscreen on the glove. And of course, you know, this is a lower fidelity version, so it's a lower, less detailed version. It's not detail dense. Yeah, this is the design of the Power Glove right there. What was I saying? I was about to say something. I can't remember what I was saying. Hang on, sorry. Oh yeah, webcomic stuff. Right, yeah. Webcomic stuff. Got it. So this is something that this is where we started as creators on the internet, was with webcomics. And we used to have a community where we would post the comics that we would post to a website that I built. And one of the things that I've been thinking about a lot recently was the idea of doing a webcomic. And, you know, being that I'm a gamer and being that the character is kind of orientated around gaming, I was thinking that it might be better to do the story as a game. But I'll be honest with you guys, I don't know if I've got that in me to actually, you know, make a full AneurynPlays game. It feels a little self-serving, doesn't it? I gotta be honest, like, no one's gonna make a fan game for me, so I'm gonna make it. But, no, I've been considering the possibility of putting some story stuff out. Because there is backstory to the character. Generally, I like to say that I'm not really a VTuber, because VTubers are characters. And, I'm not a character, I'm just me. And while that's true, there is a backstory to the concept of what Aneurin is. Not necessarily who he is, but what he is. Who he is me. You know, ultimately, Aneurin is just the same as Aneurin IRL. But, what he is, and you would have seen this already because it's the new edition that I've been plastering everywhere on social media, on the YouTube channel, and, of course, on the opening and closing screens, is the word Dimension Tripper. So Dimension Tripper comes from Hyperdimension Neptunia. And the thing is, a while ago, a good while ago, like 10 years ago now, I amassed a bit of a following on Twitter, as is what it was called at the time, you know? I amassed quite a following on Twitter, and there was a lot of strife on the internet in those days. There was you might have heard of Gamergate. I'm not necessarily going to go into details on Gamergate right now, but during that time I was basically preaching for peace. I was saying, like, look, let's not attack each other, let's work together. And people started calling me Priest of Gamers. And so I decided, hey, you know, that's actually pretty cool. And so I modeled myself, I modeled my character around this idea, this concept of being a priest of gamers. And that worked for a time, but there was a problem with it. And the problem was I didn't feel comfortable using the word priest. I didn't want to be... It's not that I didn't want it to have, like, religious connotations, but I feel like the term priest, especially the way I was portraying myself as well, it was a very Catholic-looking character, wearing a purple shirt with a Catholic collar and a black waistcoat. And I love the design. I'm going to reuse the design in the future to a certain extent. But I felt like it was going too deep into the Christian theology side of things. And while that definitely does fit me, I went to college, I went to university to become a priest. I figured it didn't really suit my online persona. So I drifted away from it, but I was looking for something that really defined priest of gaming. What is a priest of gaming? And that's when I swear it was almost like the game was listening and answered me, because immediately I was turned on to the song Dimension Tripper, but from Hyperdimension Neptunia. And that song is genuinely incredible. It's about a person that is able to trip the dimensions, to find all worlds and connect them, to bring people together under the banner of gaming. And immediately I was like, that's the priest of gaming. That is a priest of gaming. 𝗦𝘄𝗶𝘁𝗰𝗵 is the priest of gaming. And so, in a way, I haven't really changed. I haven't moved away from being the priest of gaming. I just changed the name. I didn't want to be associated with a real world religion. But, I still believe. I still believe in games. I believe in video games' ability to connect everyone. And so I'm leaning back into 𝗦𝘄𝗶𝘁𝗵. I'm taking it. I'm making it my own. Hey, pal, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? What have you done to your avatar? Oh, no. Put him in a dryer, yeah. Seminary? It wasn't really seminary. Seminary tends to be for, like, Catholic teaching. I'm not Catholic, personally. I used to consider myself Protestant. No, sorry, not Protestant, Pentecostal. So I was going to more of a Bible university, an evangelical university. And you might be able to tell, I mean, this isn't going to be a shock to anyone. My favorite part was biblical history, which would explain a lot, wouldn't it? If anyone's been here listening to my rants about any time a video game does anything that seems biblically related, you probably wouldn't be surprised at that. Wait, Aneurin biblical history and biblical theology? Really? No. It tends to be where I have a lot of knowledge. Sorry, excuse me. So, yeah, I tend to preach where I know. Now you have poses for those rants. You're right, I do. It's gonna take some getting used to be able to remember to press the buttons. But it's gonna be pretty fun. I am looking forward to learning how these buttons work and what I can do with them. But you know, the artwork is just one side of the update, as you can probably see as well. Chat has been updated. The media player has had a little bit of an update, not a huge update. At the top right of the screen, you can see all my socials. If you're watching this on your phone, that might not be completely visible, but you know, it is what it is. I didn't want them to be too big. But we've got some cool stuff here on this screen, stuff which I can pull up, like for example the schedule. So there we have it. There's the schedule. That's what we're looking at for the rest of this week. Before we do move on, I will just quickly go over the schedule. Today we're playing, we're not playing, we're streaming Insert Coin to Continue 2026. That is, this is the first stream. This is 2026's first stream. If I may ask, you mentioned Twitch earlier. I assume you left. Did something go wrong? Actually, let's, yeah, let's talk about that. Sure. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm happy we're talking about that. So, back in 2021, I started streaming on Twitch. And I was really enjoying Twitch. It was great. At the time, it was great. I was growing quite quickly as well. And I think it was like, I think I was streaming for like 3 months or so when I reached the point where I could get monetized. Which, you know, not ridiculously fast, but also not slow either. And monetization on Twitch is a lot easier to do. So, you know, I was growing quite quickly. I met a lot of people over there, a lot of cool people over there. And things were going well. But I had some concerns. I had some concerns because Twitch were adding a bunch of features which I didn't like. And one of those features is, even if you turned off ads, they would show ads anyway. And then towards the end of my time on Twitch, this was about October, I want to say, in 2021, they were rolling out a feature which basically overrides how you wanted to manage your advertising, and they would just show advertising whenever they wanted to. And this became a problem because some people were getting like 30 ads in a row. And I wasn't happy with that. I didn't like where they were going with it. But I liked being able to stream, and I felt like YouTube wasn't quite there yet at the time. At very least, when I started Twitch, I wasn't quite there yet with how YouTube worked. I'd had a YouTube channel in the past, which I've since deleted. It was a very old channel. And I'd taken a look at YouTube streaming probably about the year prior, so in like 2020, maybe even 2019, now that I think about it. It was a few years before I actually did bite the bullet and start streaming. So, I was streaming. I wasn't sure about the way YouTube worked. I felt like it was too fiddly. And so I started streaming on Twitch. And I really enjoyed streaming on Twitch for the time that I was there. The only problem was, like I said, they started introducing things that I wasn't really a big fan of. And then disaster struck. Literally. We had a burst pipe in our apartment, and it flooded my office specifically. Which is annoying, seeing as the flood was actually in the kitchen, but it was making its way through under the the counter and through the wall and into my office, which really sucked. And I immediately had to stop streaming in November. In fact, it was the weekend of my birthday. Oh, it wasn't even a pressure burst. It was just a slow drip. But because it'd been going for so long, it just flooded in the walls. And it took us ages to figure out where exactly the flood was coming from. But, that was in November. November is what the weekend of my birthday is when we discovered that there was the flood. And we immediately had to move a load of stuff out of my office. And I couldn't really go back in. I couldn't really stream. And so we got on to the landlord, and we got on to everyone we needed to. They sent plumbers out multiple times to try to find where the leak was coming from. And the leak, they just couldn't find it. It took ages until they finally discovered that it was coming in from the kitchen. And so when they found out what it was, they replaced the end cap on the pipe. It was supposed to be a pipe that was for a plumbed in fridge. You know, the fridges that have automatic ice makers? It was a pipe for that, but we never used it because we didn't have an ice maker, now a fridge. And yeah, because it'd never been used, eventually it started leaking, and we didn't know. We didn't realize where it was coming from. But it took until December to figure out late December to figure out where the flood was coming from, and it took until March to get it fixed. because the landlords, the body corporate, and of course us as well, were constantly just arguing over whose fault it was. The body corporate was saying, no, it's a problem with the apartment. The apartment landlord was saying, no, it's a problem with body corporate. Everyone was trying to say that there was water coming in from the roof, which there wasn't. It was a pipe. And ultimately, by the end of it, they finally settled. The owner of the apartment ended up paying for it. And yeah, it basically took us 5 months to go from we've noticed there's a flood to the flood is now fixed. And then we had to get cleaners out as well to actually no, the flood was fixed a while ago, but they wouldn't do anything about it. You know, they wouldn't clean up, they wouldn't do any of the extra stuff that was necessary. My office was essentially a work site for a long time, and it was finally in March where everything was sorted out. They had gotten someone in to clean the carpets to make sure there's no mold. They got someone in to dry out the walls. They got someone in to fix all the walls because they had to drill holes in the walls. And, oh yeah, and as Kiko mentioned, there were heavy rains from November to January, which, so half of the time, it was just like people weren't coming out. So, like, at one point, they called out the plumbers to check if there was a leak on the roof. Why do you call it a plumber to check if there's a leak in the roof? I don't know, but that's what they did. And they went, they came out, and they're like, they called us out, you check the roof. There's nothing we can do. It's like torrential rain outside. If we stand on the roof, we're going to slip off and we're going to die. That's it, you know? They've called us out. We have to attend to the property, but there's nothing we can do. So that happened a few times. And in the 5 months between November 2021 to March 2022, I just felt like that one thing that I was enjoying immensely was taken away from me. And I spiraled into a pretty bad depression. It was as worse as it had ever been. I've always had depression. I've had depression for a very long time. One of the biggest things that I suffer from is insomnia, and lack of sleep obviously contributes to depression. So I've had insomnia since I was in my teens. At very least, that's what, as far as I can recall. And my depression's been pretty bad since my teens as well, to be fair. I've never really dealt with it, though. I tried dealing with it at one point, and it didn't go well. And I ended up having medication side effects, which were pretty bad. And with my streaming being taken away from me, just as I was getting into the swing of things, just as I felt like I was starting to really improve, I was earning, like, it's not a lot of money. Like, don't misunderstand me. I'm not suggesting that that suddenly I was going to be a millionaire or anything like that. But I was earning like $200 a month. Now, $200 a month isn't much, but $200 a month is 4 games, right? So it wasn't terrible. It wasn't a terrible amount of money. The way I looked at it is that now streaming on Twitch was actually subsidizing my ability to buy games and play games on Twitch, which was great. So there was a whole lot of things riding on Twitch being my thing. My depression was getting better. I was more social. I was talking to people more often. I was playing the games that I'd been saving up for years, saying I'm going to stream that. I was finally getting around to playing them. And I was earning something from it, you know? It was starting to go well, and then bang, gone. Everything was taken away, and I just plunged into a depression. I just spiraled out of control. in 2022, I gotta be very careful about how I say this, because obviously YouTube is, it doesn't like talking about touchy subjects, but in 2022, I had ideations of my life. And Plague Doc was there for me, actually. Plague Doc was there to... He actually took me to hospital. And it was... Throughout 2022, things were awful. Things were bad. And I'd been wanting to get back to streaming. I'd been pushing to get back to streaming. And we didn't get to start streaming until early 2023. And it was because I had what I like to call my lucid moment. One day I just realized my life is shit and I need to do something about it. And that day, rather than thinking, oh, I'll deal with it another time, that day I made an appointment to see a doctor. And he put me on medication. We changed medication a couple of times, but he's put me on melatonin so that I can sleep. He's put me on antidepressants so that I can, continue to function. And it's been working really well so far. I feel better. I feel a lot better now than I did back then. And a part of that was me saying, hey, you know what? I want to get back to streaming. So I took a look at Twitch, and my goodness, all the different monetization bullshit that they forced into that platform, all the stupid things that the executives were saying, all the people, all the bad people they were propping up, all of the metas, the sexualization of the site and everything. I just didn't want to be there anymore. And towards the end, I was like, you know what? I just don't want to stream on Twitch anymore. And so I sent them an email saying, look, I want out of the partner program. I want to delete my account. I just don't want to be a part of Twitch anymore. And one of the final straws was that they threatened to withhold my final paycheck, because apparently there was money on there that I hadn't claimed. They threatened to withhold my paycheck if I left the partner program, and that was it. That was me saying, that was me realizing, like, oh, okay then, well, you can go screw yourselves. If that's your attitude, then I definitely don't want to be a part of this platform. So that ended up being a really bad falling out with Twitch for me. And so I checked out YouTube, and I realized that YouTube was actually a lot better. It was more in line with what I wanted to do with streaming, because I could do individual streams. The way I would describe it is, when you come to YouTube and you see a stream is currently live, that is a Twitch channel. The entire channel is just one stream, but the stream turns off and on again. It's constantly being it's a continuous thing that people start and stop. But with YouTube, you can set up individual waiting rooms for individual stream sessions, which is what I really wanted to do, because I felt like the way I was enjoying making game content was in like episodes. So with YouTube, I was able to say, this is going to be my stream on Monday, this is going to be Tuesday, this is going to be... rather than just writing a schedule, there was actual stream waiting rooms. And I liked that. I really liked that about YouTube. And I felt like YouTube had really overtaken Twitch. The only thing that I knew was going to be a problem was it was going to be an uphill struggle to reach monetization. Which I now have. Which is... I mean, to be fair, I've reached monetization like over a year ago. And it was promptly taken away from me. Yeah, I need to be careful about that. Hey, Elaine, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? And Molly, too. Sorry, Molly, I wasn't ignoring you. I did see you coming in. I just want to make sure that the story was told. Yeah. It's 1 in the morning. I'm still up talking to you as is. Before it went on, a real-life friend of mine texted me. He can't sleep as well. I'll be honest, Ronald. The thing is that I'm not talking about... When I say insomnia, I don't mean I find it difficult to sleep. What I mean by insomnia is I literally cannot sleep without medication. One of the reasons that I had my moment of lucidity was because I had gone over a week without sleep. And then I'd finally gotten some sleep. And when I woke up, I felt so refreshed comparatively to how I felt the day before that I realized that I need to do something about this. But no, it was not uncommon for me to go 3 days without sleep. I'd be exhausted by the end of it, but I would easily go 3 days without sleep. And sometimes it would go even longer than that. The longest I went without sleep was 8 days. And I was in a real bad way. That's the point where you start getting brain damage. And I was... Yeah. I've been awake for 8 days. I was hallucinating. I was... I couldn't speak. You think I can't speak now, right? This is with sleep. But yeah, it was a real rough time. It was just something that, like you say there, you know, it kind of became a norm. It did, because I didn't realize that that wasn't the norm. I didn't realize that people actually slept. It was only after, you know, marrying Kiko that I realized, hang on a minute, she's actually unconscious. I thought sleeping was just lying down in a dark room. I didn't realize sleeping was actually a thing where people actually go to sleep. I thought, at first I thought that Kiko was unwell. Like, she would go to bed, lie down, and within like 10 minutes she'd be asleep. And I'm looking at her like, oh my goodness, is she okay? I think she's unconscious. I didn't realize. Because my entire life, I've maybe slept a couple of hours at a time, at most. Maybe every couple of days. And over time, that really destroys your body. And, yeah. Even in kindergarten, I was the only student awake during nap time. I think I was as well, yeah. Yeah, now that I think about it, I don't think there was... I don't think I ever really slept. I slept as a child, like as a little child, but as I got older, I just didn't realize what sleeping actually was. I just thought it was lying down in a dark room. Like, no one, it's one of those things that no one explains to you, you know? No one tells you you're sleeping wrong. Because no one knows. No one's there with you. But, yeah, it turns out I was sleeping wrong. I've been sleeping wrong since I was, at the earliest I can recall, a teenager. And, yeah, going several days without sleep, or potentially even, when it was at my worst, like I said, 8 days. 8 days without sleep was my worst. And it was vile. It was terrifying. Genuinely terrifying. Like, I'm not making jokes, I'm not making light of this. This is deadly serious. And I mean that. Like, you can die from not sleeping. I was seeing things that felt very real. The sort of, you know, the joke online, your sleep paralysis demon. Yeah. I was seeing things. And I thought they were real. Maybe they are. I don't know. They say that sleep deprivation, along with certain chemicals, like, what's it called? LSD and DMT, they don't make you hallucinate. They say that they allow you to see the world as it really is. Sleep deprivation does a very similar thing. They're called waking dreams. It's while you're awake, your brain starts dreaming. And they make no logical sense. Things switch back and forth between pleasant and nightmare in an instant. It was a life-altering situation when you reach 8 days without sleep. Really frightening. Anyway, that is the long-winded answer as to why I'm on YouTube instead of Twitch. The short version is Twitch did a bunch of things I disagreed with, and I decided I was going to try on YouTube instead. That's the short version. The long version is there was a flood, I was depressed, I needed to find some new way of discovering myself, and I started streaming on YouTube. There we go. That's the short version of the long version. Another close friend of mine said that the tree/shadow people, certain people come from lack of sleep. Yes. I'm going to say yes. It's not necessarily lack of sleep. I have encountered shadow people. Whether you believe in them or not, whether you believe that they are hallucination or not, is kind of irrelevant when I've met them. One of the times it was during, one of the times was during a bout of insomnia. But, yeah. It's a thing. I think that you're not supposed to see them, not that they're not real. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I mean, there's a lot of mythology about that. It's like going into the wrong room. It's like they are going into the wrong room, I think. But I think they do it intentionally, if they are independent. Hey Tim, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Both of those friends did a presentation on DMT in a college health course. I really didn't like it. I think that, look, I'm not going to, I can't say certain things on YouTube. I think that science needs to look deeper into drugs such as LSD and DMT, because I know that LSD does have medicinal benefits. LSD is incredibly good when it comes to cluster migraines. So I think that there's definitely needs a lot more research to be done into it, but obviously I can't say whether I agree with or disagree with the recreational taking of substances, especially here in Australia. Very delightful first stream of the year. It's fun enough. I don't mind sharing my deepest, darkest background. Someone clip him saying I think LSD is good. No. I didn't say that. I think there's medicinal benefits. I think there's medicinal benefit. I think there are medicinal benefits to a lot of things that we consider classified or restricted substances. Opiates, for example. Obviously, you don't want to be on opiates long term, but they bloody help. I was on codeine for a while due to pain. Thankfully, I'm not suffering the same kind of pains I was previously. Do you know what? I just realized I don't suffer the same sort of pain as I used to now that I sleep. Oh, I wonder if that's related. I was on codeine for a while, and tell you what, codeine helped me sleep. It was only a little amount. It was only a small amount, and it was, you know, being given by a doctor. It was prescribed to me. But, yeah, I would take codeine, and I'd fall asleep. It's pretty good. You sleep now? Occasionally, yeah. Hey, Joseph, welcome to the stream. How you doing? I had some ghosts or something throw rocks at me a couple of years ago while I was hiking down a mountain. Whatever it was, I couldn't see it, just a rock hurling through the air. That was Bigfoot. That was Bigfoot. Hey, Hellfire, welcome back to welcome to the stream. Well, yeah, welcome back. Hey, this is a new year. We're back. We're here. Who's the imposter? It's just me. It's just me. I just look a little bit different. A cartoony rake to the face is how I go to sleep every night. So I'm a little cartoon boy. Cartoony rake to the face? I'm sorry, what? I'm confused. Cartoony rake to the face. Oh, like you were stepping on a rake and it's... Right, okay, yeah, okay, got it. I understand. I understand. Yeah. No, but welcome to the stream. Hellfire, Laney, Joseph, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I'm not gonna get emotional this time, I swear. I've actually had sleep. unlike the New Year's stream where I was already 48 hours deep. I've actually had sleep, so I'm not gonna get overly emotional today. But it really does mean so much that you guys are here to hang out with me. It really does mean a lot. I can't even begin to say thank you for, you know, just being here. You know, we just talked about what streaming really means to me, and the truth is that not that I necessarily get my validation from other people, but knowing that other people are out there really does mean a lot to me. It does make a huge difference, especially when I can get too deep in my own mind, you know? The whole depression thing. it's so easy to focus on the negatives. And seeing so many people just turning out just to say hi, it really does make the difference. It really does. And it just feels like what I'm doing has value. I always believed that entertainment has a lot of value. And I want to try to be as entertaining as possible. Is it just your stream, or did YouTube change? I can't rewind or fast forward. You're not supposed to be able to rewind or fast forward. That was not supposed to happen. That was an accident. In previous streams, I'd forgotten to turn DVR off. Yeah. So the thing is, I don't like to have DVR on because there have been instances while I've been streaming where people have asked me a personal question. And that's something that I might want to cut out of the stream later. So I don't want people to have the... I'm willing to talk about it, you know, in the moment. But I don't necessarily want that to be on record, shall we say. So I tend to go back and cut those segments out. So there was a couple of times where I'd gotten into a really frustrating rant about something. It probably wasn't the most politically correct rant in the world. And I felt like it was correct. It was I don't disagree with what I said necessarily. But I also didn't necessarily want there to be record of it, you know? So rather than allowing someone to rewind and record the whole thing and take that out of context and use my words against me, I just don't have DVR on. And if you think no one would do that, you'd be surprised. It's already happened. I've already had my own words used against me long before I was a streamer. I was in an interview with someone, and they fed me a bunch of bad information. And then when I started talking about the information that they gave me, like, they sent me a bunch of different articles, they sent me a bunch of data sheets, and I'm looking through these data sheets, I'm like, oh wow, okay, yeah, that's interesting. Because, you know, it wasn't necessarily a topic I was particularly well versed on. And so I was being fed all this data, and I was reading through it ahead of the interview, so that I could at very least have an informed opinion, what I thought was an informed opinion. And then when I started quoting the statistics and the data back to them, on, you know, in an interview, they turned around and they said, no, that's not true. Like, they knowingly gave me bad information so they could catch me out as being a not nice person. Yeah. So, yeah. Even when I was a nobody, people were doing that to me. So I'm a little bit paranoid, and so I make sure to turn DVR off. Speaking of entertainment, did you see Thunderbolts last year? No, like I said, I like entertainment. I joke. I kid. I'm not interested in Marvel movies. I used to be. I love the original ones. I love the early Marvel movies. I really enjoyed Guardians of the Galaxy. But that's about it. I don't really follow Marvel stuff anymore. Why is my 2x speed button not working? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about that one. They talk about the void, and I feel like it's a metaphor for the real thing, and I knew exactly what they were referencing. Okay. I assume that the void is kind of like a, you know, the space between spaces. Because there's been some interesting scientific study on the concept of void space. And that is when you know, when you pull a vacuum, you basically remove all of the air from a container. So if you've got like, a hardened steel container, and you pump all the air out of it, as much of the air out of it as you possibly can, because the shape of the container isn't going to deform, what you've got inside that container is space. Right? You basically have a container of space. And one of the things that that is being considered is even though it's space, there's still a lot going on in there. You need to go into like quantum physics. You want to look into field theory, and stuff like that. And what they're saying is that even when there's no atoms in space, the field still exists, right? And the theory is, if they could remove the field, if they could remove gravity, if they could remove, I don't know how nerdy you want to get with this one. Basically, if they could remove the fabric of reality and allow it to collapse inward on itself, it would potentially give more energy than it would take to actually remove the field from the space. Which is a really interesting concept of, like, infinite energy, and everyone's always trying to get infinite energy. It's a little bit of a conspiracy theory, but people are looking into the concept of true space, true void space, which is there's nothing. There's no gravity, there's no fields, there's no electromagnetism, there's nothing. It's just completely empty. It's even empty of the fabric of reality. And it's an interesting topic, and I feel like you're basically tearing a hole in the fabric of reality. If you keep picking at that, it's not going to get better, okay? Even separately from Marvel, Thunderbolts is fantastic. I used to read the Thunderbolts comic, like, years and years and years ago. I kind of gave up on Marvel during House of M. Yeah. House of M just pissed me off. It was, it was the first big, you know, entire company-wide crossover. You know, you had crossovers in the past with DC Comics, like Crisis on Infinite Earths, where a bunch of different stories would tie together and become a big crossover event. And I love Crisis on Infinite Earth. I think it's great. But, like, the way that House of M was told is that there was, like, 30 different series involved in House of M, as well as a bunch of new series that they created specifically for House of M. And you wouldn't understand what was going on unless you read everything. Do you like Spider-Man? Well, you're not going to be able to understand what's happening in Spider-Man unless you read Thor, Iron Man, X-Men, the Hulk, as well as the main House of M series that was the central series of what was going on. And it was so frustrating that I think I ended up buying every issue of House of M. And I was like, this was unnecessarily overly complicated. And then, like, 4 weeks later, oh sorry, not 4 weeks later, but 4 months later, they completely retconned the whole thing. House of M didn't exist anymore. And I felt like that was such a betrayal. I had spent so much money buying everything so that I could properly understand what was happening in House of M. And then they retconned it. And they were like, no, House of M never happened. Except for, like, 3 characters which remembered it happening. Quicksilver was one of them. I just remember that one. I can't remember what the name of the series was. But Yeah, Quicksilver had his own series where he was the only one that could remember what happened after the retcon. Yeah, House of M just pissed me off so much. I stopped reading Marvel and I kind of dived into DC. The Void in Thunderbolts is about mental health. Oh, okay. Interesting. I'll take a look. I'll take a look at probably at some point. Eventually, I'll be like, you know what, I'll watch it. Whatever. Yeah. I just haven't watched a lot of the Marvel stuff in a very long time. I think the last one I saw in the cinema was... Ant-Man? I think Ant-Man was the last one I saw in the cinema. Or did... Wait, no, wait. Ant-Man came before Civil War. I think. I remember Ant-Man was in Civil War. So... I would assume that Civil War was the last one I watched. But yeah, I haven't watched Avengers Endgame at all. General review scores seem pretty positive. Okay. I'll take a look. Exactly why I never watched Endgame. Yeah, I think that's... Yeah, I kind of got bored by that point. Ant-Man was before Civil War. Okay, so I think Civil War might have been the last one that I watched. In the cinema. I've seen others since then, like... Guardians of the Galaxy. I've seen Black Panther. I haven't watched Ant-Man and the Wasp. I did want to watch that one. But, yeah. No, I just kind of got... It felt so... What's the word I'm looking for? Mass-produced. It doesn't feel like every movie is its own movie. It just feels like it's the same movie with different characters. And that's the thing, you know, it's one of the downsides of a medium like movies, is like every time you feel like you need to up the stakes. Once you've seen Captain America, Iron Man, Thor fighting against the Mad Titan, Thanos, and a massive war is occurring between all of the different peoples of the Nine Realms versus the armies of Thanos. It's just like, okay, catching criminals is no longer as interesting as it used to be, you know? There's an escalation problem, I feel, in superhero movies, is they constantly have to outdo one another. And so when they don't... When they just go back to like, oh, I'm just a superhero fighting, you know, fighting criminals. When the world isn't at stake, it feels like a step down. I think with comic books, however, it feels a bit different. Because it's not like sitting down for a long, for a single movie. You're getting invested in a long-term story. Kind of like TV shows, you know. I feel like a lot of the Marvel stuff would have been better if they were TV shows, because then it'd be more like it would be more like the comic books, you know. It's like, oh, well, this week is going to be an Iron Man episode, next week is going to be a Captain America episode, the week after that's going to be a Hulk episode, and you can weave a narrative over the course of like an hour-long episode. And you've got, like, Civil War felt incredibly rushed. Going from we kind of disagree to I absolutely hate you and want to kill you in the course, oh, and then going back to being semi-friends again in the course of an hour and 40 minutes is ridiculously fast. It just doesn't feel right. If Civil War was like an entire 12 episode, hour-long episodes TV show, I think that would have made more sense something like Civil War isn't something you can just do overnight. You know, it needs to be something that's built up. You need to see the tensions rising. You need to see the animosity starting to build. So they get to the point where you actually want to fight. You want to see them fight and get it over with. Going back to Civil War, because I did have fond memories of watching Civil War. I went back and I rewatched Civil War at one point, and I'm like, wow, okay, this just doesn't feel right. There's no impact. All of the characters are just kind of spouting one-liners at each other without actually having a conversation. And these are supposed to be the world's greatest heroes? Earth's greatest defenders, the Avengers. And they're just spouting one-liners at each other and yelling over each other. This isn't Civil War. Civil War in the comics was good. Well, okay, that's debatable. But Civil War in the comics was showing that there was a fracture between the way heroes felt like they should should treat each other, the way they should treat the villains. There was a group that was like, no, we should kill villains. There was another group saying that's not our choice. Killing them still makes us a murderer. There was politics involved. There was religion involved. It was just all these tensions building to a surface where the heroes realized we don't like each other. And we probably haven't liked each other for a long time. And every series, every comic book series had its own build-up to Civil War happening. And then Civil War happened, and it was actually kind of interesting to see how these different characters responded in different situations. They made it so that you agreed with both sides. There was no villain, good guys and villains. There was the Illuminati, which came up later. But, like, you could look at Captain America and say, I completely understand his perspective. Or you could look at Iron Man and go, I understand his perspective too. It was actually really well done. And then they tried to stuff the whole of that into an hour and 40 minutes. I think that's when I lost my faith in comic book movies. When they were just one-off movies. You know, Captain America fighting in World War I. Oh, sorry, World War II. That was good. When it was Thor, you know, discovering his powers. That was pretty good. I liked the first Thor movie. I actually really enjoyed the second one. I know a lot of people don't. Incredible Hulk with what's his name? Norman. Was it Norman? No. Can't remember what his name is. Incredible Hulk was great. And when it was like, oh, here's hero versus villain, it worked for a while. And then they did the Avengers, and that worked. In that moment, it worked. But then the entire series of Marvel movies became about getting to the point where you can have a big crossover. It was no longer about telling stories within the universe. It was about how do we set up another big crossover. And that doesn't work. It doesn't work because every single movie is just a first act. It's just the first act to something bigger that you've got to wait for. That you could be watching one movie, right? You could be watching Iron Man and thinking, oh, that was actually a really good movie. And I wonder what the payoff is going to be. And then you don't get the payoff for 5 years. Or 6 years. And then it was just fatigue. Just the build-up, the constant, brand new, always with the new movies that just so they were rapid fire. You couldn't afford to see all of them in the cinema because they just, the prices were going up. They were releasing like 6 a year. I don't know. I just reached a point where I just gave up on Marvel. I gotta be honest. Yeah. Edward Norton, that's the one. Sorry, not Norman. Edward Norton, that's right. Yeah. I hate you. Still, Taco Tuesday is still on though. Yeah, exactly. Orson Scott Card said that while good versus evil story can be riveting, it won't be half as riveting as good versus good. And yet they still managed to cock it up. Well, I mean, not in the comics. They did it quite well in the comics, but yeah, the movie is, yeah. It also helps for the story to be riveting if it's well written in the first place. That's true. Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. And yeah, sorry, Kigo. That would have been a great time for me to have utilized my new poses, but I still got to get used to the fact that I've got them. Do you know what, though? I haven't finished giving you the tour yet. I need to show you the other things that we've got going on. I did start to show you, but let's do this one first. I was gonna do the schedule first, but instead I'm gonna do something else. So you've never been this powerful before. Yeah, I'm still discovering my own powers. All right, so let's just do a quick overhaul, a quick tour of what we've got on display, what we got in store for you guys moving forward. Some of these things you would have seen before. It's not going to be a huge change. It's not going to be like a massive turnaround, but I think that this is going to be really interesting. And like I said, we're going to be adding more to the channel as we move forward. This is just AneurynPlays 3.0. In 3 or 4 months, we haven't decided exactly how many we're going to do per year just yet, but it's either going to be like April. I think it's probably going to be around April. We're going to do AneurynPlays 3.1. So things are going to keep advancing. Things are going to keep changing. We're going to have new poses being added. We're going to have new outfits added for the character. And we're going to have new overlays and things added too. So I'm going to show you a bunch of the scenes so that you know exactly what it is that we've got going on this channel, what we got in store in the future. So you've seen a lot of these before, but we've got an article. We've got the article page. I forgot that my voice cuts off when I press that. So we've got the article page. So what we'll have here is if, for example, I should have thought of this ahead of time. If I go, let's say, what should I go? I'll go to like what's a good website? Pick a website for me. Actually, no, that's a terrible idea. I know what you degenerates will pick. Let's go to... Screw it, IGN, whatever. So, if I go here, and I go... like... There we go. Oh, that's broken. Damn. Okay, how did that happen? That's way bigger than it's supposed to be. Hang on a second. This is all very broken. Hold on. There you go. I don't know how this happened, but hey, there we go. So if we want to do like articles and things, we can do that here. Lock that. There we go. So yeah, now we can look at like, oh, what's going on. Oh look, speaking of Avengers, there's one right there. Look. Doomsday trailer leaks online, reveals unlikely team up. Oh, interesting. Maybe I'll take a look at that later. But yeah, okay. So we can look at some articles. This is something that I have had the ability to do in the past, and my goodness, the ads are a bit. Look how big that ad is. Good lord, that's huge. Do you really need ads that big? Good grief. Anyway, we've had the ability to do this for a little while. But there we go. We can look at articles. Let me just go over to chatting again a second. Sorry. I just realized I don't have an easy way to like quickly switch between those because I still need to use the same browser. So let's check on a video. Let me just quickly take a look at a video. Just looking for something interesting. Doesn't really need to be anything in particular. Just some gameplay footage. What is with my recommendeds today? My recommendations on YouTube are bloody atrocious. Good lord. Okay, let's just go to let me just search Silk Song Silk Song. There you go. No, I don't want trailer. Trailer's gonna get me demonetized or something. I need to be very cautious about what I do in terms of that. Okay, so like okay, let's see if this works. It didn't. It did. There we go. Okay, so this is Ina playing Silk Song. That might be a bit loud actually. Let me turn that down. There we go. Okay. So we got a reaction stream. You can't see Ina though because of my big head in the way.
Bone bottom.
There she is. Looking adorable. As always. Okay, so we've got reaction, we've got article. So we're gonna still be able to do the same things that we were doing before. Yeah. What's on the roadmap for 420? Chat should never be given such power. No, yeah, I probably shouldn't ask chat. What website should I go to demonstrate what we can do on the channel now? No, that's a terrible idea. That is a bad idea from the start. Alrighty, so that's the three main chatting scenes that we've got. We've got the regular chat and stream, which is this one. We've got articles if we want to look at articles, and we've got reactions if we ever want to do like reaction stuff. What I do have as a bonus. Remember that time I was made a mod? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Just like, oh, you can't chat? All right, well, I'll make you a mod so you can. That's the way it works on YouTube, all right? Anyway, as I was saying, those are the three main chat scenes that we have. But I do also have a couple of extra little layers that I can utilize. Like the schedule. And this is the schedule now for the rest of this week. So today is Wednesday, where we are doing the Insert Coin to Continue 2026. That is the introduction to the streams for this year. Tomorrow we're going to be playing Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Finally. Bloody hell. Like, when we finished Xenoblade Chronicles, I was saying that we definitely need to play Xenoblade Chronicles 2. And it's just one of those games that I just kept putting off. I don't know why. I have no idea why I did it. I know that initially I wanted to leave a few months because I didn't want to go Xenoblade Chronicles. Then we did Future Connected, which is the extra story DLC for Definitive Edition. But I didn't want to go straight from doing, like, I think it was like 20-something episodes of Xenoblade Chronicles and then go straight into Xenoblade Chronicles 2. So I wanted to leave a bit of a gap. And it just ended up getting pushed back and pushed back and pushed back. Other games became priority, and so we never went back to it. We never ended up playing Xenoblade Chronicles 2. So I decided that with this year, we're going to play Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Not only are we going to play it, it's going to be the first game we play on this channel. I think the first game that you play in the year is an important game. It means a lot. It does to me, at very least. And so, you know, I tend to be very cautious about what games I play first. And the first game I played this year was going to be Yars Recharged. I was going to play it during the New Year's stream, but that ended up not happening. But instead, what I ended up playing was Monster Hunter. I played Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. So I think that's a good start to the year, because I want to play more Generations Ultimate in the coming months and the coming years. Like, Generations Ultimate is one of those games where the whole game exists. It's something that we can play forever, you know? So, yeah, Xenoblade Chronicles 2, that's going to be tomorrow. On Friday, we're finally playing Legend of Zelda: The Minish Cap. And we were talking about me no longer streaming on Twitch. The last stream I made on Twitch was The Legend of Zelda: The Minish Cap. It was the first episode of Minish Cap. The first episode. And that was the last thing we did. I started my Twitch channel with A Link to the Past, and I finished it on Minish Cap. And Minish Cap has been kind of a white whale in a way, you know? It's been a game that I've wanted to play for a very long time because we never got to finish it when we were on Twitch. And I don't know, once again, it feels like I just haven't had the... I don't know, I guess I just haven't had the desire to go back to it. I haven't had the... It's something that I've wanted to do. I've tried to figure out, you know, when I can put Minish Cap into the schedule, but for the longest time, we were playing other Zelda games. So we were playing Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. We played Age of Imprisonment. I feel like, you know, we played the Game Boy trilogy. We played Link's Awakening, Oracles of Ages and Seasons. But we never got around to Minish Cap. And so we're finally going to do that. I'm finally going to take a stand and say, that's it. No more, no longer. We draw the line here. To quote Picard. The character, not the series. Yeah, so we're going to play Minish Cap. It's going to be the first Zelda game that we play in 2026. And I know that there's been a few people that have been looking forward to this. Tim especially has been wanting us to play Minish Cap. And I originally had a different game on the list I'll be honest. I did have a different game on the list, but I thought, nah, screw it. We're going to play Zelda. We're going to start this year as we mean to go on. And that is Xenoblade, Legend of Zelda, and apparently Prince of Persia. Why Prince of Persia? That's a weird one. That wasn't even on my list. Remember, if you were here for the New Year's Eve stream, and thank you for sitting through that, it was only afterwards that I realized how freaking boring that was. Yeah, I had a list, and Prince of Persia wasn't on it. So what is happening? Well, Prince of Persia was a game that I played back in 2023 as a demo. I think it was in the very first demo collection that I did on YouTube. Was one of the games was Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown, and I've been meaning to come back to that game, and for the longest time I didn't come back to the game because I didn't want to play it on stream. And the reason I didn't want to play it on stream was because I was kind of doing like a little bit of a semi boycott of Ubisoft. I'm not a fan of Ubisoft. I don't like them at all. I would rather not shout out their games, but this is one of those games that definitely deserves it. Sadly, the development team behind Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown were unceremoniously dismantled and replaced with and were placed in other teams, which sucks because I feel like Prince of Persia was an amazing game. It underperformed, but at the same time, Ubisoft did absolutely nothing to really push this game, which they really should have, because Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, a really fun and amazing game, and I'm looking forward to playing it as well. So if you haven't guessed already, there's a bit of a theme happening. There's a bit of a theme here. The Xenoblade Chronicles 2, which I promised over a year ago. The Legend of Zelda, Minish Cap, which I said that I was going to play ages ago. And Prince of Persia, which I played in the demos collection in 2023. There's a theme here. And the theme is catch up. Talked about this a little bit before we broke up for Christmas and New Year. But the theme for 2026 for me is catch up. I want to play a bunch of games that I should have played already. There's going to be more games coming. There's definitely going to be new games that I'm going to want to play. Monster Hunter Stories 3, for example. Can't wait to play that one. But there's a lot of games that I've got sitting on the shelf behind me that I should have played ages ago. And the goal for 2026 is to try to play as many of them as possible. And that starts tomorrow with Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I've played a little bit of Xenoblade Chronicles 2, but I didn't get very far into it. I think I got maybe like an hour or so into it. It wasn't, maybe a little bit longer than that. Maybe about 2 or 3 hours into it. Either way, the point is that I started playing it, I really enjoyed it, but I never went back to it. And it's time for me to catch up. It's time for me to do the things that I should have done a long time ago. We're not talking Sands of Time. We are not talking Sands of Time. We are talking The Lost Crown. It was released recently. Relatively recently. I think it was released in... No, well, I played the demo in 2023, so it released at the end of 2023. And sadly, it has been... Yeah, the team got really disrespected. It was a really good game, and Ubisoft failed it miserably, as they often do. And the developers themselves were punished for it. The team was dismantled. I don't know what to say about that. It just upsets me, honestly. Sorry, Pow says, what is Minish Cap? What console is it from? Oh, Game Boy Advance. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Game Boy Advance. I'm going to be playing it on Switch. It's available on the Game Boy Advance Nintendo Switch Online thing. So that's how I'll be playing it. I'm going to be playing the NSO version. I was reminded, not reminded so much, I was told about an issue with Minish Cap. And yeah, Mint sent me a video saying, like, you need to be very cautious about what you call your character in Minish Cap. I'm like, oh, okay, that's interesting. Apparently there's this, like, the way that they've done checksums. So, okay, if you don't know what a checksum is, basically what happens is, okay, trying to explain this, but I don't fully comprehend it myself. Every video game has a number which is associated to the game, the data, and everything. And what they do is they check that sum. They check that number, that string of numbers against another version. Basically, they create a there's two numbers which they check against each other, and those numbers are created as you play through the game, depending upon what you name your character, what your settings and options are, depending upon what items you've collected, how many rupees you have, how many bombs you have, how many dungeons you've done. Everything contributes to the checksum, and it's checked against another value, which will then determine, yes, this is a good and working save. Otherwise, saves become can become corrupted, right? And that's what will happen, is if the checksum doesn't match, it'll tell you that the game has been corrupted. However, due to the way that the checksum was done in Minish Cap, it is very, very easy to start a game, start playing through the game, collect a certain number of rupees, collect a certain number of bombs, collect an item, do one of the dungeons, and then the checksum returns a value of 0. And when it returns a value of 0, the game goes, oh, that's corrupted, and it just deletes your file. So apparently that's a thing that I need to watch out for. I'm gonna hope that that you can play with the name Link, because I'm not gonna test Aneurin or Anne or anything like that, because I don't want to get halfway through the game and discover that Anne is actually a name that can actually crash the game, you know? It is wild how easily broken it is. But yeah, Mint sent me a video about Minish Cap and about that process. I might actually post it at some point to the Discord. But yeah, that's a thing. So I need to be careful when it comes to playing Minish Cap. And I recommend other people be careful too. Can you imagine if you made it through the Minish Cap only for Anne to crash in the final act? Oh, you mean like when we played Wand of Gamelon? So we played, when I was still on Twitch, we played Faces of Evil and Wand of Gamelon. And I got all the way to the end of Wand of Gamelon, and the final door behind which you fight Ganon, I say fight in quotes, You basically just throw the wand of Gamelon at him and that game over. Yeah, so I got all the way to the last door and it wouldn't open. It just wouldn't open. The door was locked. I had the key, I had everything I needed, but the door just wouldn't open. So I called the game finished and we never went back to it. I am considering playing Faces of Evil and Wand of Gamelon again at some point in the future. You know, come back to it and be like, yeah, I know how jank this game is, but can we still have some fun? And the possibilities are endless, honestly. Alright, so you'll also notice there on the schedule that there's more than just the live stream schedule. There's also hangouts and events. And this is what we're going to be doing in the future when it comes to community game days. So previously we'd done community race days and community game days, right? Community game days was basically we'd play something like Among Us or Jackbox games. What else have we played? We played some Mario Party was another game that we played for community games. And then for community race day we'd usually play Mario Kart. We're going to be doing something a little bit different this year. We haven't played Mario Kart in a long time. In fact, the last time we played Mario Kart was when the Switch 2 first released. And my initial reason for not playing Mario Kart at that time was that there was a lot of people that didn't have a Switch 2. There was a lot of people that weren't interested in getting a Switch 2, and there were a lot of people who were waiting, you know. Hopefully they were looking for more games, you know. They wanted something a little bit more than what the Switch 2 was offering at the time. And I think a lot of those people now have a Switch 2. And that means that we've got an opportunity to actually play some Mario Kart. I didn't want to alienate people. I didn't want to leave people out, you know. I didn't want to be like, oh hey, we're going to play Mario Kart and then only 2 people turn up. Something which has happened in the past, actually, and that was with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. So, instead, what we're going to be doing going forward is, we're just going to be calling them community hangouts. Okay? And the reason actually, that's wrong. I just realized how wrong that is. That's incorrect. That says I'm going to be... That says that I'm going to be doing it on the 10th. That's because I originally planned to do a community hangout on Saturday when I had a full week of streams. And I don't. So that's wrong. Ignore that. Ignore everything from like there down, right? So everything from January 10th onwards is the wrong dates. My apologies. What we're planning on doing though is to do a community hangout every 2 weeks. And during the community hangout, we're going to just sit, chat, do a just chatting stream for the most part. But I'm then also going to take like requests from the chat. So if you want me to watch something, like do a reaction, we'll do that. If you want to play Mario Kart, we'll play Mario Kart. If you want to play Fast Racing Fusion, we will play Fast Fusion. If you want to play something else, we'll figure something else. If you want to play some... I doubt we'll play Among Us or anything like that. I need to really... I need to know, like, what games people want to see me playing. I know that I've had a few people requesting that I pick up Sonic Crossworlds. So that might be an option in the future. We'll see how that goes. I'm not going to make any promises just yet because it's not simply a case of, you know, playing Sonic Crossworlds. I have to buy a copy. Kiko will have to buy a copy. It's not necessarily cheap to just suddenly start playing a game together, especially if we don't know if we're going to enjoy it. That's the other thing. So yeah, we are interested in hearing what you guys have to say regarding games for Community Games Days. But as of right now, we're probably going to try to focus on doing some Mario Kart days. And any time that we have a bunch of people, but no one's really interested in playing anything, we might default to like playing something like Yars Recharged, or we might play Caverns of Mars, or 𝗦𝘄𝗶𝘁𝗰𝗵 was another one that I played a lot of. I think 𝗦𝘄𝗶𝘁𝗰𝗵 is still a game that I could definitely play, and I think people would enjoy it. But it has become a bit old now. Not a lot of people care too much for the magical survivor style of games, but yeah. No worries, Ronald. You have a good rest of your day / evening, and we'll catch you next time. You have a good one. By the way, did you add Super Mario Galaxy to the list for this year or no? Ooh. 𝗶𝗁𝗆 with all the good questions. Bloody hell. Okay, hang on. Hang on. There we go. Now it is. Now it's on the list. This list is getting longer and longer. As I was saying at New Year's as well, Galaxy 1 and 2, bloody hell, how? Okay, 1 and 2. Right, something which I should point out at very least is that the list itself, it's not a list of things I'm definitely going to play. It's a game, it's a list of games I would like to play. Another run of Final Fantasy Renaissance at some point. I have been considering that. I got the latest download. But I think for this year, I want to try to focus on games that I should have played already. I did want to do another run of Renaissance, but we might wait till next year on that one. Or you know what? It might end up being something that we just kind of slot in if I'm in the mood. You know, it's like, oh, do you know what? I feel like playing Final Fantasy. So maybe there are other JRPGs on the list though that I should get to. I want to play Breath of Fire. I want to play 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. I want to play The Adventures of Elliot. That looks like it's going to be a really fun game. I really enjoyed the demo of that one. That one's on my list of games to play. But yeah, for this one, yeah, I think like Kiko says, it's going to be one of those games that I keep in the pocket. Too many good games, I know, right? Not only that, but there's a load of good games coming out this year too. So, yeah, so that's how we're going to be doing Community Games Day. If you've got a suggestion for a multiplayer game that we can play on stream, I'm definitely interested. At the moment, I'm only really thinking about Mario Kart, but I'm sure we can come up with something else as well. Now, let me very, very quickly, if you don't mind, let me just go and fix this issue with the schedule. Okay, so event 1 is today's stream, which is the return to streaming stream. The next one should be on the 17th. Yeah. Okay. Then there's the 31st. After that, it is the 14th. Oh, 14th? Oh, if we're doing it... Oh, okay. Hang on. How about we do something like a Valentine's Day special? How about that? That's a good one. There we go. Valentine's Day special, February 14th. We can talk about waifus. I could do a waifu tier list. The one after that is the 28th. February 28th. And the one after that is March 14th. Oh yeah, of course it is March 14th, because it's the same days as in February, so it's March 14th. Too bad Mary doesn't seem to be here. I would troll her with the Valentine's Day art ideas. Well, we could always do it. We could do a hot tub stream. We could do a hot tub stream, right, for Valentine's Day and talk about waifus. There we go. So let's see what we got. We got today's stream. We got, wait, the 17th for the first community hangout. January 31st for the second community hangout. For the 14th, it's going to be Valentine's Day special. 28th is a community hangout. March 14th is going to be a community hangout. I think that looks pretty good. I'm quite happy with that list there. And this is the thing, is this list has the possibility of changing. Like, if we decide, you know what, I want to do, like, a special thing for, I don't know, maybe we do something like, February 28th. February 28th, because the next day is March 1st, and March 1st is St. David's Day. Which is essentially, the Welsh holiday. So we might be able to do that for March 1st or February 28th. There's some birthdays, there's some other events. So this hangout and event situation, this will change regularly, right? It's just so that that other people, that I can give you guys an idea of what's to come. This is what's happening this week. This is what's happening in the near future. So we might change something out. I can't imagine I'd ever do a karaoke stream, but if I did a karaoke stream, I would stick karaoke stream in there, you know? And it wouldn't necessarily just be on the Saturdays either. We might do something like, you know, when Atari Week comes along, it will be 5 episodes of Atari Week, you know? So it's going to be like, or I don't think I would do it for like Spooktober, where I'd fill everything up with Spooktober, but I would definitely say like Spooktober starts October 1st or whatever the date might be for Spooktober starting. Or the other things might be breaks, like going on hiatus in July or something like that. So that's what this is about. Hangouts, when we're going to be doing just chatting streams, and events when something big is going to be happening. So specials, chatting, and multiplayer games. That's what we got going on here. Yeah. So I think the schedule, I like what I've done with the schedule. Well, it's just a schedule, Aneurin. Yeah, no, but it's it's a lot more informative than what we had previously. And I really like how clear it is. I hope that everyone can easily take a look at this and go, oh yeah, that makes sense. Now, the schedule isn't going to be making a huge appearance in streams. It is right now because we're talking about it, I'm explaining it. But here's the important thing. the schedule isn't going to be a big part of the stream. I'm not going to be starting streams and going straight into a schedule and talking about what we're going to be doing over the next week. I'm not going to be ending a stream with a big long conversation about what we're playing. I'm just going to be saying, hey, we're playing this, 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 and this. And the reason for that is because in the near future, now we're not ready for it just yet, this might end up being a 3.1 edition, or it might be a 3.0.1 edition. I haven't decided yet. So this is either something we'll start in March, or it's something that I'll just randomly start between now and March. And, April. My apologies. And that is the loading zone. So this is something which we've talked about a little bit, and just want to clarify for everyone, what is the loading zone? Because, let's be real, it's so many things. And the problem is that I've never... The loading zone was always a series that I had a name for, but I didn't have a something to put in it. Like, what is the loading zone? I don't know. I didn't know. I didn't know for the longest time. I was just like, I really like the name, I'm going to use it for something. And I used the loading zone for just chatting streams, which makes no sense whatsoever. All the while I'm fighting with things like Community Games Day and Community Race Day, and trying to figure out how to slot in just chatting streams. So I just thought, well, loading zone, that'll be the just chatting stream, loading zone. But that doesn't work. It doesn't work for me anymore. I'm not a fan of that. So, what the loading zone is going to be from here on out is going to be a short video that I will be releasing weekly on Monday, or possibly Sunday. I'll be honest, I haven't decided whether it'll be Monday morning or Sunday night. But the idea is that I'm going to be releasing the loading zone, which is going to be a 10 to 15 minute video, not a stream, a video, that I'll be releasing at the beginning of the week. It's not going to take over a stream. It's not going to be posted instead of a stream. But what the loading zone is going to be is a video introducing the channel, introducing what we're playing that week. The schedule will be a big part of the loading zone. And we might talk about some other things as well. I also want to include Aneurin Asks. If you remember that series that I tried to do as posts, you know, in the community tab, or in the post tab, it's now called. It's not called community tab anymore. I tried doing this Aneurin Asks idea, and I thought it actually went really well, but I wanted to do more with it. And so I figured, you know what, I'm going to do Aneurin Asks as a part of the loading zone. So what we're going to have is there's going to be a hello and welcome to the channel, because this is going to be the first thing that a lot of people will see. It will be posted as a featured video, and every week will be a new video, but it'll be an introduction for people who have never been to the channel before. It's going to talk about what games we're going to be playing for that week. It's going to be talking about upcoming hangouts and events, and it's going to be talking about we're going to do Aneurin Asks. If there's anything else that we need to talk about, like maybe I'm going to take a break, maybe I'm not feeling very well, or what have you, that will all happen in the loading zone. And like I said, it'll be a 10 to 15 minute video that will always be accessible every single week, that you can click on at any point and find my schedule. Because I know a lot of people don't go to the post tab, and the reason I know that a lot of people don't go to the post tab is because I have spoken to so many people who watch YouTube on their phone or watch YouTube on their home television. I'm the same. You can't read posts on the home television. You just can't. It's not something that's available to you. You can watch videos and you can watch streams, and that's about it, or shorts. So, because of that, there's a lot of people that don't get to see what is happening in the posts. The post will still happen, and it will still have the schedule on it, but now at any point, you will be able to just click on the video and go to the schedule section and see what's happening. Or you'll go to the channel news section and see what's happening on the channel, like, or 3.1 is coming up, or I'm going to take a break, or I'm not feeling very well, or Kiko's not feeling very well, or we've got a new edition that we want to add, we want to try this out. You know, that'll happen on there. Or perhaps you're interested in the next community hangout, and you'll find that as a part, you know, its own section. Next community hangout is going to be January 17th. There we go. That'll be it. That'll be the story. We're thinking of playing Mario Kart. If you're interested in playing some Mario Kart, come along on the 17th. Like that. And so it's gonna be a pretty short video all in all. Like I said, 10 to 15 minutes at most. Probably less than 10 minutes. But it's going to be a quick summary of what's happening on the channel at any given week. And it's going to be uploaded either Monday morning, my time, Monday morning. Or I should say it's going to go live Monday morning, my time. Or it's going to go out on Sundays, because I don't stream on Sundays. It gives me some time to do some quick editing and yeah, put that together. So yeah, that's it. That's what we're going to be doing with the loading zone. That's going to be something. So don't expect to see the schedule up for like long periods of time throughout streams. It's probably going to be hidden away for the most part, and we're just going to chat. I do have another one though. I have a second slide. This slide is a slide you might recognize. This is my scoreboard. So I was talking about playing Yars Recharged and Caverns of Mars. I really want to play other games as well, specifically high score games, and I want to get playing some more the Atari Recharge series. So there's a bunch of other games that I've got already. I've got some things like I've got Tempest 4000. I've got Aka R. What was the other one I wanted to... Lunar Lander is a really cool... Lunar Lander Beyond, it's called. I want to play that one. I haven't played it yet. But, you know, we're going to still do some high score stuff. We're still going to do some arcade stuff. And the list of high scores is going to be a slide-in like this. And then it'll disappear. And I've also got it set... I've actually got it set up so that... this score is actually shared across multiple locations. So I update it once, and it updates everywhere on my my stream setup. So, speaking of, how about we take a look at video games? This is the new video games overlay. Okay, so one of the complaints that I've had since the very beginning of my streaming stuff, I should probably put a game on, shouldn't I? That would be more impressive than an Elgato screen. Oh look, I'll do Monster Hunter. Oh bloody hell, okay. There you go, there's Monster Hunter. There we go. Alright, so this is the new overlay for gaming. One of the complaints that we've had for a long time, and I mean that, a long time, has been the fact that my big fat head is always in the way. So, I tried to figure out the best way to make a game screen which was still overlaid. I still wanted things on the screen overlaid, like I wanted the logo here. I wanted the chat to be overlaid because, you know, there's a lot of people that steal video content on YouTube, which is very unfortunate. So I wanted there to be some kind of an overlay that allows people to see that it was actually from my stream, if anything does get stolen. But at the same time, it needed to be more out of the way. Now, I know you can't see what's being said behind me, but I feel like the importance is that the chat is there rather than necessarily being able to read it immediately, because at the end of the day, you guys have all, you can see chat. You can see chat on YouTube. Why can I click that? I shouldn't be able to click that. Hold on, that's not good. Lock that. There we go. Yeah. So this is just a representation of you guys more than anything, so that I can show that you're still here, that chat is a thing, that it's working, and you're here even when I'm playing games. Because I know a lot of streamers, they tend to not have chat up when they are streaming the games. So I wanted to make sure that you guys are always here. Even if you are behind me and it's not necessarily easy to see, I wanted to make sure that you guys were still there. Now, I've got a really cool feature here. I've got a very cool feature here, which is something that took me a little while to get to work. But now that I've got it working, I am so happy with it. I can now do this. So if we're in the middle of playing a game, let's say I'm playing Monster Hunter, right? Because, well, Monster Hunter's up, it's the first thing that came to mind. And I'm playing single player, right? What happens if I decide to open up multiplayer? Previously, I would actually have to change the scene. I would have to go to a different scene so that I could put in the lobby code and password and stuff like that. No longer! We're living in the 21st century now. Now I can do this. A quick switch from a single player game to a multiplayer game. I'm back again. Literally one button. Literally one button. And that is going to make it so much easier to play video games together. Because it means that if I'm playing something, I'm just not feeling it, at any point we can switch over to another game. And this kind of accessibility means that we'll be able to flow a bit better, we'll be able to move between different games and different streams, and like I said, between single player and multiplayer a lot easier going forward. So you've already seen, like, once you've seen one gaming screen, that's about it. But I want to demonstrate something for you a second, right? This is the loading screen. Sorry, the game volume is fluctuating. Is that on purpose? Oh yeah, that's another thing. I forgot all about that. I forgot to mention that. That is something that I have added to the game. It is called ducking. Audio ducking. And what happens is, when I stop talking, the game gets louder. But then when I start talking, the volume drops so that I'm not fighting with it. I'm not fighting with the game to be, you know, louder. That's a cool idea. It's something I actually had this when I think it was when I first started on YouTube. I had set one of these up, but it was getting really fiddly and it was causing some sound issues. So I removed the audio ducking. So now it works though. I've got it working. So anyway, as I was saying, I want to show you something. So this is the regular loading screen. So the regular loading screen, oh, this is also like, this is from my 4x3 layout. I've got a 4x3 layout. Actually, the 4x3 layout is pretty interesting. Right, the 4x3 layer is like a, it's like a blurred version of what you can see. So if I was playing something like Minish Cap, it would be like a zoomed in and a blurred version. So that's what the outsides are. Can I cut this guy in two? Kind of. You can see it's slightly like zoomed in and blurry. So yeah, that's what I've got for. There we go. That's what I've got for that. So anyway, as I was saying, that was the loading screen for just going between games, going to the chatting screen, and so forth, right? However, we play a lot of Monster Hunter on this channel, and a part of me wanted to make whole new overlays, but a part of me wanted to bring the Monster Hunter stuff in line with the rest of the channel. So I've done this. There's a slightly different screen, a slightly different overlay. Here, the background is now, doesn't have the controllers anymore. It's now the old map screen. It's got the border there, the pink and the blue triangle border. And it has the same old loading screen that I had previously. Because while I want to bring Monster Hunter in line with the rest of my overlays, the rest of the style of the channel, I wanted to make sure that it also stood out, that it was unique, because this is also kind of a Monster Hunter channel. And also, you may have noticed something else. At some point during this year, I'm going to be playing Monster Hunter G. I've decided. It was kind of a last-minute random thought, but I did decide I want to play the original Monster Hunter at some point on the channel. But I've got buttons for loads of Monster Hunter games. I've got Monster Hunter G. I've got Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, which we're going to be playing a lot of. We got Monster Hunter World, because I know everyone's been wanting me to go back to World and actually finish it. So we'll do that one. We got Monster Hunter Rise, which we will be going back to. And of course, we've got Monster Hunter Wilds. So I've got loads of setups that I've done to make sure. Oh, and by the way, chat works here too. I can do the chat swapping on these on this page as well, which is excellent. Exactly what I wanted. And of course, the one last Monster Hunter scene, because in March, when the game finally releases, we will be playing Monster Hunter Stories 3. and we will be playing it in the Monster Hunter overlays. Yeah, one more scene, one more thing, like Nintendo, you know, Nintendo Direct. One more thing! One more thing! But that's it. That is what we have in store on the channel right now. And this, like I said at the beginning, this isn't the end. There's a lot of cool stuff that we've now got access to. Like, to begin with, I haven't really made much of a fuss about it, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏 came in swinging earlier, and he immediately dropped 20 bucks. Because this channel is now monetized. At the moment, the only thing I've got active is super chats, super thanks, and super stickers. Right? So a super chat, in case you're not aware of how this whole thing works, because even I had to look up what the hell a super thanks was. A super chat is you can give a donation through the chat and leave a comment. That's I think you have to do like $2 or more to leave a comment. If it's only $1, I don't think it's yeah, if it's $1 you can't leave a comment, but if it's $2 or more, you get to leave a comment, and it becomes visible for me to see, and it will always appear in like a pinned section above the chat, so I can always see if someone has left a super chat for me. And you get various colors at different levels. So if you leave $1, it's like a light blue. It's like, well, it's almost the same color blue as what I've got here, but not quite. There's like a $2 tier, there's a $5 tier, $10 tier, $20 tier, $100 tier, and that goes all the way up to $500. Please don't send me $500. Please don't send me $500 unless you are absolutely certain that that you can. All right. This is the thing. You know, the channel is monetized, but this doesn't mean this is the beginning of me begging. You know, I'm not here to say, hey, you need to pay me for my streams. This is just a case of just letting everyone know that the channel is monetized. And you can send me a tip, you can send me a dono, or what they call them, super chat. You can send me a super chat at any time, and obviously I will be very grateful, very appreciative of you doing so. But please don't think that you have to. Please don't send money if you can't afford to do so. But if you do, of course, it would be greatly appreciated. The other one was super stickers. Now, a super sticker is essentially a $2. Let me just double check. Okay, so super stickers are like different, kind of like super chats. You can get a $2 one, you can get a $3 one, a $5 one, $10, $20, $50, etc. And those are like stickers. So if you don't have a thing that you want to say, if you don't have a comment or a message for me, you could just send a sticker. And the stickers will, you know, it'll just be like Tim was asking, where's my coin? I think he was referring to the fact that he sent me a coin the other day, which was a super sticker. And, you know, I actually want to take a moment here to just say thank you. One, thank you to 𝗏𝗏𝗏 for a massive $20 super chat. That was really amazing. But also I want to say thank you to Tim, to 𝗏𝗏𝗏, and of course Kiko. Admittedly, this is kind of circular, you know. we make money, Kiko pays a donation, and then we get less of that donation back. But you know, it is what it is. But a big thank you to everyone who has already donated through super chats and super stickers. It really does mean so much to me, and I think that's another thing that we'll include in the weekly brain fart in the weekly loading zone. I'm not necessarily going to be able to keep up with every super chat, but like once we activate memberships, which we will be doing in the future, I'm going to start putting the memberships into the loading zone as well. So once you've seen the schedule and the news and everything like that, we'll chuck in the members at the end. But we're not going to set up memberships just yet. There's a few things. I'm not really too sure about memberships, I gotta be honest. There's a few things with memberships that I'm just like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do for this. I don't have any ideas. I'm kind of dead for ideas when it comes to what I can do for memberships. Is there something that you guys would like to see? If so, let me know. Let me know in the chat. Let me know in Discord. Because the only thing I can think of is doing an additional stream. And I'm like, I'm already doing 6 streams a week. I'm not going to be able to do 7. I won't have time to do anything else. First tier of memberships would just be for emotes. That's a good point. Yeah, we could do it like that. First tier is just emotes. I'd have to make that pretty low though. That would have to be like maybe like $3 a month or something. We'll figure it out. We'll work out exactly what it is that we want to do with memberships in the future, and we'll make sure to credit all memberships in the loading zone. So yeah. But what I do want to do is I do want to take that time to thank people, because like when I announced that monetization was working on the channel, immediately Marley and Tim and Kay as well, can't forget Kay, sent me super chats immediately during the New Year's stream. I was, like I said, I was already 48 hours in the bag for not sleeping. I was feeling very emotional because a lot of cool things were happening, and I was getting to a point where I was building all of these overlays, and I was just really excited to show people. And then everyone goes and drops me a bunch of money, and I just lost it. I just fell apart. But really, genuinely, thank you everyone for contributing. It really does mean the most. It means so much. That this has gone from being just having fun on the internet, you know, and playing some video games and hanging out and chatting. The way I described it was that it's one thing to come along and hear, you know, a street preacher just rambling into the void. But it's another thing entirely when someone wants to buy a ticket. That, things changed for me that day. You've changed me. So thank you. Thank you everyone for that. That really meant so much. I think that's it, really. I think that's everything. Oh! There is one other thing about monetization. Alright, alright, okay, hang on. There is one other thing about monetization, which I, yeah. So, I admittedly, am doing something a little bit dangerous today. I got hiccups too. I'm doing something a little bit dangerous today. I am... okay. I am posting a bunch of songs, or I'm using a bunch of songs. You may have noticed that there's some new ones, and there's some classics like Ritual from Harris Heller. That's a classic one. I've been using Harris Heller since Twitch days. I've been using backing tracks for a while. Backing track is a band by 𝗬𝗏𝑆, and he does a lot of streaming stuff, so I definitely recommend checking out both 𝗬𝗏𝑆 and backing track. He is really, really good when it comes to explaining how to get stream equipment to work. He reviews microphones and setups and stuff like that. He's got Discord where he's actively helping people, and his band backing track makes music specifically for playing on stream. And he's got all kinds of music. He's got like rock stuff, he's got some synth stuff, and he's even got some Christmas music if you want to do some Christmas music around Christmas time. So definitely recommend checking them out. 𝗬𝗏𝑆 on YouTube, and backing track also on YouTube. If you go into the description now, you will also find links. So at the bottom of the description, under the music licenses, you'll see a list of everyone's name and a link to either their channel or to like a link tree or something like that. I want to try to do better by giving credit, and I know full well that you don't have to. That's the whole point of royalty free. Harris Heller says it every single time. So does I believe 𝗬𝗏𝑆 has got the same principle. You don't have to credit, you don't have to link, you don't have to do any of that sort of stuff. I get it, I understand. I don't care. You guys are doing some amazing stuff for streamers. I want to try and give something back. What little I can give back, I'm going to try. And a part of that is going to be putting songs, putting links to everyone, so it's easy to find those people. I'm going to be adding some songs from 𝗏𝗁𝗁𝗁 to the playlist. I haven't actually got around to doing that, but I bought the majority of 𝗏𝗁𝗁𝗁's repertoire on Bandcamp because I just like his music. It's something that's really easy to listen to while doing other things, because it's all instrumental. And we usually do 𝗏𝗁𝗁𝗁 stuff, or White Bat Audio, White Bat Studio. We usually use his music during Halloween, but he's got other things as well. It's not just the darker side of synth. He also does like synth pop and synth rock, and so I'm going to be including a bunch of his stuff in here as well. But what you might be able to notice right there, this is a song called Holy Rollers by Moonrunner. Now, in the past, I have had issues with posting Moonrunner's music, not because of him. It's not his problem. He didn't do anything wrong. The problem I've had with posting Moonrunner's music was the fact that he used to be published through a studio called Fixed. F-I-X-T, Fixed. And they are a little bit more protective, shall we say. Protective to the extent that a lot of that music doesn't technically belong to Moonrunner anymore. It is what it is. You sign with the studio, shit happens, I guess. However, all of the music that Moonrunner's released since Electric Avenue, which was his big self-published album, and it's a bloody great album. Some of my favorite songs of his were on that album. Like Phantoms, like mixtapes, like 80s Love. Those are some of my favorite songs that he's ever made, and they are genuinely incredible. Some of the other songs, unfortunately, I can't use, like Dreaming Again, which is another one of my favorites. I love Dreaming Again, but that is on, aside from the acoustic version, which he self-released, Dreaming Again is on an album that is published by Fixed. Hearts on Fire is on an album published by Fixed. So sadly, yeah, I've lost a lot of... I can't use a lot of that music because it belongs to Fixed. However, since releasing Electric Avenue, all of his stuff is self-published, and that means that I should be able to play them without any problems. And it's not that I won't get demonetized, or that I won't get a claim, but if I then, you know, say, no, I've got permission to use this, it's Moonrunner that's going to see it, not some lawyer. Actually, Moonrunner is a lawyer, but hang on a minute. Either way, I've let Moonrunner know that I'm using his music because he and I are friends, and he's wanted me to use his music for a while, because I've been wanting to use his music for a while, and he's been totally down for me to do so. I've always just been concerned about what YouTube will say about it. So long as I'm speaking over it, so long as I'm chatting over it, it's just background music, it shouldn't be a problem. And if the YouTube content claim comes up, I can either send a response saying, no, it's fine, I'm allowed to use it, and Moonrunner can sign off on it. Alternatively, I can just, if it doesn't let me, for whatever reason, it still keeps saying, no, this isn't your music, then I can very least, I can then try to remove it, and then I'll take the music back out of the playlist. It still happens, like, even with Backing Track, which is royalty-free, and Harris Heller, both of which royalty-free, I still occasionally get copyright claimed for one of those songs. And that's because that there's a bunch of shady companies. Actually, this is really funny. So the song that I use in the opening and closing scenes, I got that from a website where a lot of VTubers get their intro musics from, right? It's called... I've forgotten what it's called again. Kiko knows. Anyway, if you go to their terms of use, if you go to the terms of use on that website, right, they actually straight up call out shady companies that claim it. Dover Syndrome, thank you, yes. If you go to Dover Syndrome's licensing, they actually name all of the shady companies that sometimes try to claim songs from their website. They actually list them all, and I'm like, yeah, I recognize all of those. I know every single one of those, thank you. I have been claimed by at least a few of them, and others I have seen other people complaining about. But there's a big long list, and I was actually kind of impressed. I laughed when I saw it, because it's just like, very rarely do you see, like, Japanese business tends to be, you know, they don't like to be too confrontational, you know? When you see things like that, they tend to dance around it, and, oh, there's some companies that we shall not name and stuff like that. But no, they just straight up list them. It's just like, here they are. These are the bad guys. Oh, right, okay, thank you. But yeah, I've seen a lot of the things like Latin Auteur. Latin Auteur is one that pops up a lot. And they actually claimed a lot of stuff like Harris Heller's music. And then we got a fake Warner Brothers account that tried to claim when I was playing Final Fantasy X. Every single stream, they would claim my streams. It was a fake Warner Brothers account. It was called something something WB Music Studios. But it wasn't actually Warner Brothers. It was WB. And I actually had a conversation with someone on YouTube saying, hey, look, can you do something about these shady false claims? And they turned around and the guy said, this is, I don't know, this is Warner Brothers. Are you sure they don't have a right to the music that you're playing? And I'm saying, this is Square Enix. This is a video game that I'm playing. I have a right to play it. YouTube is an American-based company. And under American law, playing video game, well, not under American law, there was a court case where playing video games in a stream was considered transformative. So there's precedence for it. And that includes everything that is a part of the video game. That includes the music. And he was saying, yeah, but if Warner Brothers have the rights to the individual songs, they might have license to be able to claim it. And I said, that's not Warner Brothers. It looks like Warner Brothers. You'd think it was Warner Brothers, but it's not Warner Brothers. It's another company. It was like, I don't know, it was like WB Music Studios Mexico or something like that. Or Mexico City, or something like that. And I've seen another one, Colombia. And this one's funny because it's WB Colombia. Or Columbia WB. Columbia Records, do they even still exist? They do. They're not owned by Warner Brothers. They're owned by Sony. Warner Brothers isn't owned by Warner Brothers anymore either. Which sucks. Anyway, yeah, there's all that. That's a thing. Yeah, so going back to the music. So there may be some music I may even get demonetized, right? But this is a test that I have to do to make sure that I can still do this. I don't think it would be fair. It's not really fair if I get demonetized for re-uploading content, stuff like the music in the intro, when so many other VTubers have intro music, you know? And that was the thing, is that I wasn't demonetized last time because of a copyright claim. I was demonetized for re-uploading content, which is a weird one. It was for repetitive re-uploading of content, and the only thing that I really changed was that I had intro music, and I thought at first that maybe it was the intro music that triggered it, but in the end I actually think it turns out it was the fact that I had multiple copies of the same Twitch streams, which were available to watch at the time. I've since removed all of those again. But, yeah. Things are, you know, I'm still testing it, so we'll see how things go. We'll see how this monetization works out. Hey, Orlando, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Yes, this is indeed the first stream of 2026. We are just going over all of the changes, all of the updates that I've done on this channel in the past few weeks. I've been working really hard on getting the new overlays, and Kiko has been working really hard on the new artwork. And yeah, we just kind of came to the end of going through all of that, talking about brain blank gone. There it is. Fantastic. Talking about music. talking about the music that we now got Moonrunner's music in the playlist, and we've got some music in the intro and outro screens. That's going to make things a little bit more cheerful. Anyway, that is enough rabbiting on from me about all of this stuff. I'm going to just say, hey, you know what? If you're still here, if you're still listening, if you're new here, consider subscribing. Do hit the like button, because that does mean a lot to this channel, because likes and comments and stuff like that hold a lot of weight, and that really pushes us in the algorithm, especially while we're currently live. So if you like the stream, more people will see the stream in their recommendeds. So that's going to be really useful in the future. I guess there is still one thing to talk about, and that's Dimension Trip. No, you know what? No. Nah, you're gonna have to wait for that one. We did talk about the origins of Dimension Tripper, but you're gonna have to wait for that one. That one's gonna be interesting. That one's a bit too big to announce today. We've already done everything else. We've already looked at the new overlays. We've already talked about the new music. We've already talked about the new artwork. But some things I've got to keep to myself. Some things are gonna stay kept close to the chest. For now, I want to leave an air of mystery so that you guys have something to come back for. I'm taking a break from art tonight, but I'll be back on the grind as of tomorrow. 3.1 is coming up in a couple of months. Yes, it is. So this is an AneurynPlays 3.0. This is the big overhaul. But what we're going to be doing over the course of this year, next year, and on to the future, is we're going to be doing a series of DLCs. That's what I'm calling them, DLCs. So this is 3.0. In March or April, I haven't exactly decided when, but March or April, we're going to do an AneurynPlays 3.1. And 3.1 is going to include a bunch of new character poses, because we've got those, but also possibly like whole new outfits. You know, we could even go full hog and have another outfit by then. I'm thinking that we've got one for today, 3.0, but I think what we'll do is we'll do one then in for 3.2 would be a whole new outfit. So we'll add some more poses by 3.1, but 3.2, which will be around June, possibly June, will be like a second outfit. And I've got a few outfits I already want to do. Like, there's already the idea of doing another Monster Hunter outfit, which is going to be a big deal. There's also going to be a casual outfit, because you might remember I had a hoodie, so I want a casual outfit as well. And there's a few other things that I've kind of been working on, different designs I've got in the background that I'd like to use or reuse, designs I want to go back to, such as like I was saying, the Priest of Gamers design was an interesting one. I'm going to redesign it slightly so it's not it's not actually a priest's shirt. It's not a Catholic priest shirt, but it's going to be like a purple shirt with a black waistcoat over it or something like that. Maybe a black shirt with a purple waistcoat. I don't know. I haven't decided. But it's going to be using that same style, you know, that same, when I say style, I mean like fashion style. Going to be the same sort of fashion. But I got a few other ideas I'd like to do. A few ideas that would be like sort of game specific, but also general enough that it could be worn for other things. I was thinking about doing something similar to Shulk. You know, Shulk from Xenoblade Chronicles. Doing something similar to his jacket. Not his shorts. I will never wear shorts. But doing something like his jacket, I thought would be a cool idea. Doing something similar to some Final Fantasy character designs. You know, doing some cosplay stuff. Doing some character cosplay might be fun to do. You know? So, yeah, in terms of art, there's a lot coming, and now that we've changed the art style, now that it's a little bit more simplistic, it does mean that we're going to just be able to keep doing them. We're going to be able to keep making new styles. We're going to be able to keep making new poses, and it's going to be a lot more fun. Show Aneurin how you can... Oh, you're telling me to show... Oh, right. Yeah, okay. I was about to take a drink anyway, but okay. I'm actually out of drink. Link is a good character. Absolutely. Why didn't I think of that? Oh my goodness, I should have done Link. There was supposed to be a comma in there. Okay. Yeah, Link. We did it. I was talking at the beginning of this when Kiko and I used to do webcomics, right? We did a Halloween wallpaper one year, which was based on Smash Bros. And in that one, I was wearing purple Link outfit. We should definitely do a Link outfit. That'd be cool. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I've also got a couple of other things as well, like a bunch of different concepts that we semi-used, and do I have... Hang on a minute, do I have a copy? Hang on a second. Let me show you something. Let me show you something that... Let me show you something. If I've still got it. I don't know if I do. I'll have to look. So, if I go in here, character art. Oh, I forgot about the... Oh, hold on. I've got a lot of really cool stuff that we could do. I just realized that I have a bunch... Hang on a second. I still have the hot tub. Okay, so I had this one. This is an old artwork from when I was playing Link's Awakening. This was back on Twitch. Now, I don't necessarily think that we'll do a redo of this costume. We might do. Who knows? I haven't decided yet. But we might do something more like this outfit. Oh, Kiko, we don't have the gun. I forgot about the gun. We don't have the gun. But this outfit we did, this is the Link's Awakening version. So he's holding the chain chomp. Let me just... Oh, Joseph's still here. That's good. What else do we have? We had some other ones. Hang on a second. We've got, this one. Oh, that's huge. Hold on. Oh, that's massive. Okay. Hang on. Let me sort this out. Oops. Yeah, you can. I think you can already see what it is. Look at that! Yes! A little Aneurin among us. So that's, who knows? Among Us might end up becoming popular again. I don't know. What was the Halloween one? Okay, no, that's fine. There's the hot tub. Do you want to see something cursed? Kiko outdid herself with this one, okay? Right? Kiko absolutely outdid herself with this one. That's this was the design that she did for when we played Faces of Evil, and there's also a Wand of Gamelon one as well. Hang on a minute, I got the Wand of Gamelon. Wand of Gamelon, there it is. Here we go. Hi. I love these ones. These are so good. They're absolutely cursed, but I love them. That has excuse me, 𝗦𝘄𝗶𝘁𝗰𝗵. It's a masterpiece. They are masterpieces. They absolutely are. But yeah, the way we used to do it is that because I didn't have when I was still on Twitch, I didn't have like PNG tuber avatars. I wasn't able to like switch between poses and stuff like that. So what we actually did was we created a new artwork for every game that I played, specifically for Zelda games. Yeah. So we got, there's some like really nice ones. Like I love the Twilight Princess one as well. I love how cocky he looks. That one. So I really like this one, and like one of the things as well you can see if I zoom right in there is that there's the Triforce on the Power Glove, and this is more of a traditional Power Glove as well. This Power Glove was designed to look almost exactly like a regular Power Glove, except that it has a touchscreen on it instead. I have since changed my Power Glove design to be more like a Switch. Like, what would the Power Glove look like if it was on the Switch? That was my inspiration. But I also included a bunch of other aesthetic choices. Like, you can see here, you got the blue and the pink, which obviously fits my blue and pink. But it's also, like, the Joy-Cons. Like, it's got two Joy-Cons slid into it. The full art version has something that looks like the Mega Drive, or the Sega Genesis on the top as well. Aneurin pre-dyed hair. Actually, Aneurin post-dyed hair. The purple in the hair was kind of... It was kind of a pat. Like, there's not many people that are still around now that were back then. Obviously, Kiko is here. We had Pat. We had Azathoul or Cloud. There's some there were some folks that are still around from way back when, but I used to have all purple hair, like the whole thing, like all of the front was purple originally, and then I got rid of it. And the idea with only doing these purple highlights was to make it was kind of like a reference, essentially. It was a reference back. It was a reference to say, like, you know, once upon a time I had long purple hair, and that's kind of grown out now. That was the whole thing. That was the whole reference. That's why it's only like halfway, is because it's grown out from what it used to be. Do I have any pictures of old me? Might have a couple around. I don't know. And before I do that, though, there's also this one. This one is probably my favorite one, or one of my favorite ones. So we'll show you this one. That's a Wind Waker, Aneurin. Where's Hellfire? He came in earlier, but I'm pretty sure he was like dropping off to sleep at the time. So yeah. So he's still brown. You can't picture it at all. I'll find a picture. I'll find a picture. Hang on a minute. Finding a picture is going to be the problem. I don't think I have. Many pictures, if I've got any at all. I think they might be on a portable hard drive. I don't think I've got it here. Yeah, I think they're, I don't think I've got any on my PC. I think they're on a portable hard drive. Unless I've got it. I thought I had it, I thought I backed up some of my recovered files, but yeah, I think they're all on a hard drive right now. Oh well. Yeah, I can't seem to find anything. That's a shame. Oh well. Oh, hang on. Oh my goodness. Oh no, that one doesn't have purple hair either. Never mind. No, I don't have anything, unfortunately. Yeah, that's a shame. I might have something in sprites. I didn't even think of that. I might have some sprites. I may have some sprites. Hold on. I do. It's not the best example, but it's an example. There you go. Check Discord. Oh, my Discord isn't open. I would explain that then. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's the Guild Wars one. Nice. Okay, I'll save that. Save to my desktop. Yep. Oh, I did a thing. I am become error. Oh yeah, okay. I'll get that one as well. Cool. All right. So yeah, that's basically what I looked like. That's the sprite version. I mean, we used to do sprite comics. That was kind of the thing. So, yeah. Let me just pull up this thing that Kiko just sent me. So this is one of the Halloween artworks from 2009? 2010? I don't remember. 2011, I think, actually. It says Halloween 11, so I assume it's 2011. So this is a Guild Wars wallpaper that we did. Hang on, I'm gonna hide myself for a second. So what we've got here is you got our friend Stephanos as a Norn from Guild Wars 2. Myself as a Mesmer, a human Mesmer from Guild Wars 2. Kiko as a human elementalist. And we've got Gibbo as a human assassin. And we're having a bar fight, because why not? Wait, what about authenticity? Authenticity, nothing? What are we talking about authenticity? Hang on a minute. Let me switch to what Joseph said. Hang on a minute. Let me switch to live chat. Oh, yeah. That wasn't coming up. You know, for authenticity's sake, the Power Glove has open fingertips. So you should be seeing finger nubs sticking out the ends. Right, okay. Yeah, that's weird. Alright, I don't know why that wasn't showing up. I switched over to live chat and it popped up. Yeah, no, it's not supposed to be the Power Glove. It's a legally distinct Power Glove. Hey, Neo, welcome back. It looks cool, just saying. Also, just wanted to bring up brag again about how I actually have one. Yeah, the Power Glove and a real Rob are two things that are kind of on my I want to buy list. They can get so expensive though if they're working. But yeah, this is an idea of some of the stuff that we did back then. Like I said, Stephanos there, that's me in the background. And you can see, I do still have the brown hair, but I've just got the full purple bangs. Let me pull up the other one that Kiko just sent me, because this is going to be fun yeah, this will be fun for people. This is the 40k wallpaper that we did. So Kiko as a Sister of Battle, me as an Inquisitor, Stephanos as a Death Watch Space Marine, and Gibbo as an Imperial Assassin. Kiko lost her white bangs, huh? Got less stressed. But yeah, I really like this one. You can see, as much as I like it, you can definitely also see where Kiko's art has improved significantly over the past decade. And, but this one's really intense. There's like a lot of details going on. It's the Sister of Battle thing. Yeah, the white hair is the Sister of Battle thing. But yeah, I really like these old artworks. I would love for us to do stuff like that again. I just we just don't have the time. It's so strange. We just don't have the time. And Aneurin looks so small. I'm only small because Stephanos is big, okay? And Kiko is behind me, so she's a higher elevation. I still look big compared to Gibbo. Okay. I'm regular human size, right? It's everyone else that's the freak. The biggest difference is that back then I was drawing on paper with pencils and ink. It was a lot harder to clean and just adjust when the angle was wrong. That's true. Yeah, actually, that's a really good point. This wasn't like drawn digitally. This was drawn on paper and was scanned and then redrawn and then colored afterwards in Photoshop. This one was yeah, this is old. This is old-fashioned style. Yeah, there's a little trip down memory lane. But there's like, there's a few people that were still around. Of course, Pat being the one who really stuck around the longest. Stephanos, the last time I spoke to Stephanos was just shortly after we went back to the UK. There's no, as far as I'm concerned, there's no bad blood there, but I think that there's something between us, and maybe it's just my own, maybe it's just myself, maybe I'm just overthinking things, but I feel like I've been afraid for a long time that he thinks, or he feels like I abandoned him. He was my best friend through school. And then I moved to Australia. And I think ultimately I had to think about myself. Like, this is the way I tried to justify it, I guess. I had to think about myself. I had to think about what I was doing, what I needed to do to keep living, to keep moving forward. And I hated the fact that I left him behind. And yeah, we haven't spoken in a long time. I've tried contacting him, but what can I say? Gibbo just got busy, unfortunately. Gibbo got incredibly busy. And so we very rarely speak anymore. But, man, we had so many people who used to hang out with us on the old forum. Who knows? Times like that could be coming back. I've got a bunch of different things that I'm working on in the background. Like I said, AneurynPlays 3.0 isn't going to be the be-all and end-all. This isn't the end, you know, like I keep saying. We've got 3.1 coming out. We've got 3.2 in the future. And every single step along the way is going to be me working towards something, right? It's not just going to be a case of, oh, hey, look, we've got everything here now. We don't need anything else. I'm going to stop working. I'm just going to stream every day. No, no, no. This isn't the end of my work. This is the beginning of my work. Like, right here is the beginning of everything that's going to be coming out over the next couple of years. And, you know, it's a little bit scary, but it's also... I don't think I've been as organized as this in a long time. I've got goals, I've got plans, I've got ideas, and I know where I want to take it, I know where I want to go, and I finally have like an idea of how to get there. Which has always been my biggest issue, is like, how do I get from here to there? And I think I finally got the answer to that. And that is by taking it in steps. Set myself goals at manageable intervals. Previously, I just tried to do everything all at once. You know, I've been trying to work on various things. Like, I've talked about these things before. I wanted to build a website. I've not done that. I've been working on the bloody website for 2 years. I've done hardly anything. And I'm probably about to restart everything I did do. I've spent so much money keeping the website up. And no one looks at it because no one knows it's there because I don't tell anyone about it because it's not finished. So there's that, you know, there's that aspect of it. I've talked about wanting to make video games. Even if they're just RPG Maker little adventures, you know? I've been wanting to do that for years. And I've got a load of documents, I've got a load of writings that I've done, which I've thought, you know what, this will work as an interesting, fun game that we could work on. I've not done any of it. I've not even done the sprite work. I started reposting all of my sprite tutorials, my pixel art tutorials, to Discord. I've not done anything other than that. I posted those to get myself started so that I could start working on other sprites. I've not done anything. And it's because I've tried to do everything all at once. Keeping up with YouTube constantly changing how the chat interface works. Keeping up with slight adjustments that I want to do with the schedule, not the schedule, with the overlays. Adjustments I want to do with the thumbnails, constantly making new thumbnails. The catch-up that I have to do to make sure that I edit every single stream on my channel. I am currently at 465 videos. It was 500. The reason it's not 500 is because I've deleted a bunch of stuff. Yeah, stuff that I didn't realize I still had on this channel. I've deleted it. I've deleted over 40 videos. Or made them unavailable to watch. So there's a load of that stuff that I'm still working on. And I've tried to do everything all at once. Like, whatever I felt like that day is like, oh, I should probably work on this today. And I'll work on it. And I'll do that one thing. And then I'll forget about it for like a week. And when I come back to it, I have to redo the thing that I just did because I forgot what I was doing. But now, I'm cutting everything into chunks. I'm cutting the year into chunks. I'm looking at between 4 or 3 updates per year. And those updates are going to be like I said, 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4. Until we get to such a point where I can turn around and say, we've done everything. We've got this channel up and running. We've got the streams going. We've got a website. We've got a forum. We've got... Because I'm so sick of Discord as well. I gotta be honest. I'm never going to get rid of the Discord. The only way that we'll get rid of the Discord is if the Discord gets banned for whatever reason. I'm not going to get rid of the Discord because the Discord is useful for chat room stuff. Right? I probably could install like a Moo server. But actually, I might do that, now that I think about it. That'd be pretty cool. Huh. Anyway, point being, we might still keep Discord because, you know, voice chat. Voice chat is really cool. You know, that's still useful to use and to work with. But I want us to get our own website. I'm so sick of Discord. I want to run things my way. Shifting a community is rough anyway. It is. It absolutely is. It's so difficult to get everyone to just like pack up and move. But the thing is, this is something which I said from the beginning when we moved from Guilded to Discord, was don't get comfortable. You know, don't get comfortable. We're not staying in Discord for very long. And unfortunately, we've stayed in Discord for way longer than I wanted to, because I'd start working on the website and then I would do something else, and then I'd come back and be like, oh, I need to redo that thing because I don't remember how I did it. So right now, we're in, like I said, AneurynPlays 3.0. We've got the new overlays, we got the new banners, we've got the new thumbnails, we've got all of the new artwork. 3.1 is going to be interesting, to say the least. 3.1 is going to be probably a bunch of new poses. We might not do a new outfit. It depends on whether or not Kiko is able to get another outfit out. But she's working on something else, which is gonna stay kind of in secret for now. We'll talk about that in the future. I don't know if it's gonna be something that we'll reveal for 3.1, but it might be for 3.2, and if it is gonna be 3.2, we'll announce it at 3.1. I've got a list of games to play. I know what I want to do with website stuff. I know what I want to do with a bunch of other stuff. I know what I want to do with community stuff. I know what I want to do with social media. We've got the loading zone coming up in the future. We're going to have, once YouTube have properly implemented it, we're going to have streams in vertical format as well. So we're going to be able to play, I'm going to be able to stream to YouTube and have horizontal and vertical format streams running at the same time. At the moment, the way it works is YouTube, you upload or you stream a regular stream like this, like what you've got right here, to YouTube, and YouTube, they crop the image into a vertical format, and they put it up on, so you've got the vertical stream as well. Once we get the ability to stream 2 separate feeds, I'm going to be doing vertical streaming as well. And the benefit to doing vertical streaming, and I might even start doing this before we get as far as vertical streaming, is that I'm going to be able to record my streams in a vertical format so that I can clip them and turn them into shorts. So that's something that's coming up in the future. That was something I was hoping to be able to have done as of today, but that just wasn't possible. Like I said, one, YouTube doesn't allow for multiple input feeds, but they will in the future. It is on their notice saying that they don't allow it at the moment, but they are going to, that it's going to be implemented in the future. And so I figured, you know, that's not a priority. I won't bother with making vertical overlays just yet. I've started working on them, but I decided not to do them just yet. And that might be something for like 3.1, or like I mentioned earlier, 3.0.1, you know, just a mini additional update that I do in between. But things are moving forward, and things are moving forward in a way that I feel is going to make a difference. I'm not going to be stuck wondering what I need to do every day, when I can literally just get up and I know exactly what it is I'm doing next. And that's going to be huge. I haven't felt this productive in a long, long time. It won't burn us out as much either. Exactly. That's the other thing. You know, if I was to work on all of this stuff and I get a bunch of stuff finished, right? Let's say for example, and I'm definitely not gonna be doing this. Let's say for example, I finish building the community forum by 2.1. Sorry, 3.1. At that point, I'm probably not going to do anything else, because that is a huge update. Being able to say, hey, look, I've got a website now, that's a huge update. It might not be something that we do on the channel, but it's still massive. So I can take a bit of a break at that point. I don't need to I don't need to rush to do other things when there's already a massive update coming. So I can work on things a little bit more casually. I can take a break from doing anything but streaming. And, you know, we could have a bunch of new poses, a bunch of new costumes, and stuff like that. And, you know, I could go, oh, well, I don't need to worry about this overlay change, or this, we don't need to worry about this piece of artwork right now. We're working on something else, and that's going to be ready in time. So we'll reveal that instead, you know? It's very difficult to talk about this. It's really hard to talk about this stuff when I'm trying not to tell you exactly what's coming, because some of it is still up in the air, right? Some of it is still in the idea phase, but yeah, there's a lot coming. There's a lot we're working on, and I think we're doing it in a very productive way. We're doing it in a way that is going to improve this channel going forward. And I hope that you guys stick around for that. I hope that this change isn't too different. I hope it's not too much of a change, you know? That's been my biggest concern. That's been my fear through all of this was, well, what if? What if I do this now and everyone hates it? What do I do? How do I change that? I need to move myself over slightly. I realize I'm not quite center. There we go. What do I do if everyone hates it? What the heck just happened? Everything's gonna flash. Sorry. There we go. So I tried to delete the image that we had up earlier, but I ended up moving the pointer somehow. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, I was concerned. It's like, are people gonna look at this and be like, oh my goodness, no. No, I'm not here for this chibi anime bullshit. You know? And I'm sure there are some people out there that actually do think like that. I don't think that they're necessarily people of consequence on this channel. I know full well that even if it's not necessarily your preferred art style, that I'm sure that the majority of people that are here to enjoy these streams are going to enjoy them all the same. But there's some people that are going to dislike it. There's some people that are going to be like, oh, I don't like this, and just unsub. It's a fear that I've had for a while. It's a concern that I have that, am I changing too much too quickly? But we've had a really good turnout tonight, I feel. There's a lot of people here right at the beginning. I know that I've been droning on for like 4 hours now, or 3 hours. Yeah, nearly 4 hours. And I'm probably getting boring, so I'm not gonna hold you here for too much longer. But that's been a concern, and I'm so glad to see that people have enjoyed what I've changed. People are liking what they see. And I hope to continue to do stuff that you're going to enjoy into the future. Because I've got so many ideas. We got so many plans. Not just me either. There's going to be more happening in the future. But, that's that. That's basically everything. Run out of things to say. Doesn't happen very often. Doesn't happen very often, but I've run out of things to say. Thank you for sticking with us. Exactly, yeah. Like I said, it's meant a lot. Monetization has been, you know, a blessing. The YouTube gods finally let me in. No, I was saying that I did get monetized at one point, and I was demonetized like within 2 days. And I'm doing some risky things right now. Like I said, I've got music in the intro and outro screens, which means that I could get demonetized again. I don't know. We'll find out. I'll let you know. Obviously, I'll let you know in the next chatting stream. The reason that I was gonna do a community hangout at the end of this week was because I wanted to do a because I wanted to see what happened throughout this week and come back at the end of the week and say, okay, so it's been a week. This has happened, this has happened, this has happened. Because I'm not quite ready to do the loading zone yet. I still have some overlays to do before I can do that. At least you know you're doing something risky this time. Yeah, last time I still don't actually fully know what it was that I'm doing, that I did wrong. That's YouTube though, isn't it? Like, they never tell you. But, we'll figure it out, I'm sure. We'll work it out as we go along. I'm grateful and thankful to Moonrunner for letting me use his music. I'm grateful to, well, I mean, like, everyone. Harris Heller, backing track, Epos Fox, Carl Casey. I got a little bit of a rapport with Carl Casey. Every time Halloween comes along, something screws up, and I have to send him an email saying, hey dude, just letting you know. It's kind of gotten to that point, you know, where when Halloween comes along, I'm just like, hey Carl, how you doing, man? It's me again. It's that time of year. Yeah. Thankfully, I didn't have too many issues this year. For some reason, I don't know what it is. For some reason, I would have, like, his copyright information in the description, but whatever it was that he was using to register it was not picking it up. Maybe it's just the way I worded it. It's probably my own fault. But, yeah, no, he is really cool. He's easy to chat to. So yeah, I'm going to be adding some Carl Casey stuff in the future. I'm just really glad that we've got, like I said, Moonrunner is finally on this channel. He should have been on this channel ages ago. I actually, the one that I really regret, honestly, is FM84. I love, FM84 hasn't released a lot of music, but I do love their music. And even though I got permission, like, I got permission directly from FM84, and my streams where I used his music were immediately demonetized. Well, not demonetized. I was told that I wouldn't be able to monetize them, and when I contacted him about it, he was like, I don't know what to do, dude. So yeah, it's a shame that you know, you can get permission from the creator, but then you still can't play it on YouTube. But that's why we're trying this. That's why we're doing the risk now, so that we know what has caused the problem, and we have the potential to undo it, and then reapply in 3 months' time. And I won't make the same mistake of actually deleting stuff and editing stuff before appealing. I'm just going to appeal. But it's a part of the process, you know? It's a part of the discovery. So, we'll see how it goes. I think 2026 is going to be a great year for this channel. I'm not just hoping to hit 1,000 subscribers, I'm hoping for acceleration of subscribers. And with the monetization now, the way I see it, I might be wrong about this. YouTube keeps saying that this isn't the case, but I think it might be. Is that because I'm monetized, I'm more likely to get my channel recommended. Because, of course, if there's more people viewing my channel, that's more people that might give me money. And that means giving money to YouTube as well. So, you know, they kind of want that. They kind of want to push the monetized channels more than the regular channels. So, I think we're going to see acceleration on the subscriber count as well. But that's for the future. That's all future stuff, that is. So, I think it's time to pack it away, to put it to bed. It's a short stream today. We started at 6. That's another thing. We're going to be starting at 6 from now on. So we're starting a little bit earlier so that we can hopefully finish a little bit earlier. So that Kiko can go to bed. And that maybe I can go to bed as well. Who knows? Hey, 𝗶𝗁𝗄𝗰𝗵, welcome to the stream. How you doing? You've arrived just as we're about to end. So, let me... Biscuits? There we go. My stream deck disconnected. Hang on. Let's pull up the schedule. But welcome 𝗶𝗁𝗄𝗰𝗵. Welcome to the new AneurynPlays 3.0. Alrighty. So, for the rest of this week, we have got 3 more streams. Tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday. Tomorrow, we're going to be playing Xenoblade Chronicles 2. On Friday, we're going to be playing Legend of Zelda: The Minish Cap. And on Saturday, we're going to be playing Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. Next week, I know I don't have a schedule up for next week, but next week, what we're going to be doing is a slightly different stream schedule. I'm going to be going back to 5 days a week in the future, but at the moment, while we're playing Xenoblade Chronicles 2, because it is quite a large game, I'm going to be doing a 6-day week. So, I'm going to be streaming from Monday to Saturday, for as long as it takes to finish Xenoblade Chronicles 2. The goal is to try and finish Xenoblade Chronicles 2 by March, so that we can start playing Monster Hunter Stories 3. So, yeah, we're gonna go hell for leather. It said Kiko was talking about not burning out. We're gonna be bloody burning ourselves out, and we're gonna be burning out in Xenoblade Chronicles though. So that's a good thing, I think. It's difficult to tell sometimes. So yeah, tomorrow Xenoblade Chronicles, Friday Minish Cap, Saturday Lost Crown. Next week, it will be Monday, Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. It will be Tuesday, Xenoblade Chronicles. Wednesday will be Legend of Zelda Minish Cap. Thursday, more Xenoblade Chronicles. Friday will be Prince of Persia. And then on Saturday, it's going to be the community hangout. Okay? If we weren't doing the community hangout, we would have a 3rd episode of Xenoblade Chronicles 2. But next week just so happens to land on a week that we're doing the community hangout instead. So that's what we're aiming for. 6 streams, 3 streams of Xenoblade a week, but there will be some weeks with community hangouts, so we'll be doing that instead. Thank you for being great, Aaron. Oh, thank you, Neo. I really appreciate that. Oh, see, it's little comments like that that really do matter. Thank you. Thank you for being you. No, you're breathtaking! Heads up for everyone that the week of February 2nd, February 8th will also be slightly irregular days. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's right. That's right, yeah. Okay. I forgot all about that one. What I might do is I might chuck that on the... I know your breathtaking pose. Also, some like meme poses as well. Feel free to check some meme poses in there. Kind of stinky, don't you think? What's stinky? What's stinky? Huh? What's stinky? Huh? Ron? Just because you're able to talk now doesn't mean that you should. Let me fix that that schedule a second. Schedule. The only downside with the way that I've got the schedule set up is I have to like manually move everything down. I can't just write it as a list. I just I can't just insert another thing. Still gotta beat Stories 2. Oh yeah, yeah. Good luck. I can't wait for Stories 3. Monster Hunter Stories 3 is gonna be so good. January 31st. This one. So that was February 14th. First week of February. Oh, wait, why is that not all caps? There we go. Okay, then we'll go 14th. Valentine's Day special. And then February 28th. Community Hangout. There you go. Cool. That looks better. January 7th, insert coin to continue. That was today. Amazing. 17th, community hangout. 31st, a community hangout. First week of February is going to be a wonky week. We don't know what the schedule will be for that week. 14th will be a Valentine's Day special. We'll see what we can do about that one. I'm thinking what we might do is like I might set up like a tier list or something, and we can do like gaming waifus tier list. I think that might be fun to do. I've been wanting to do that for ages, actually. Even like way back when we were still doing the forum stuff. I'd been planning on making a video. This was before I ever did YouTube. I was planning on making a video which is just like top 10 waifus in video games. And I never did it. I never got around to doing it. I would either forget there was Valentine's Day or I would do something else. But yeah, I always forgot to do it, so I'm gonna actually do it this year. We're gonna do a tier list of video game waifus. Maybe bonus husbandos. I mean, I don't know about that. Sounds a little gay. The ultimate lolly tier list. The last one will shock you. It's me. It was me all along. I was the last one on the ultimate lolly tier list. No lolly. Absolutely none whatsoever. I'm not about that game. Actually, do you know what? There was a game... Oh, okay. So there was a game that I was going to stream. And I'm so glad that I actually ended up watching someone else playing it. Because it was pretty bad. The game was called 𝗦𝘄𝗶𝘁𝗰𝗵, which looks really adorable and really cute and really fun, and I do want to play it, but I don't want to stream it. I'm not about that. I'm not about that. I'm not fan of the lolly, and yeah. Yeah, I gotta be honest, 𝗦𝘄𝗶𝘁𝗰𝗵 looks really good. It looks like a really good game. And I was planning on playing it. I actually, at one point, I actually had it on my schedule. Like, it was written on my schedule. I am going to play this game next week. And then someone from Hololive started playing it, and I thought, oh, I'll take a look at that. And I watched their first episode, and I was like, oh no. No. There's a lot of people that have played it all the way through, but there's, like, way too many upskirt shots for my liking. Besides, I like robot chicks. It looks so cool, but they had spotted with a lolly. It doesn't... I think that if you play the game, you'll ignore... You'll eventually phase... it'll tune out. I think that's the same with a lot of games. Like, when you think of, like, NieR Automata, or you think about Stellar Blade, they've got, like, really attractive characters. But once you get, like... Once you've been playing the game for a few hours, you kind of get desensitized to it. So, I think that's the same with pretty much... Excuse me, I got hiccups now. I think that's pretty much the same with a lot of characters. Is that eventually you will get desensitized to it. You don't... You'll be like, see, I can kind of upskirt on this little girl, and I don't like it. That's really bad. But then when you realize later on, it's like, oh, well, I don't actually have to do that. I don't have to look from that angle. And there's kind of... It kind of makes sense as well as to why at the beginning, because she starts off as, like, a prisoner. Yeah, you'd have to watch it. I would recommend checking it out, because the game does look really fun, but it's not something I want to stream. Real quick, if you like robot chicks, check out Piano 3. I freaking love that game. I don't know where my copy went. I've lost my copy. I freaking love Piano 3. The way that she dances through the entire... Oh my goodness. I don't think she's a robot, though. She's augment. I think she's mostly human. But yeah. No, I do kind of have a thing for robot chicks, though. It's kind of weird. I know. But when it comes to, like, weird kinks, I think robot chicks is probably the most normal. Everybody wants a sex bot. Come on, be honest. Be honest with yourself. I like 2B. I like Pyra from Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Playing that tomorrow. I like the girls from Azure Lane. They're kind of robot-y. It's very difficult. They're kind of strange, but they're kind of robot-y, I suppose. I also like, this is where it starts getting a bit weird. I like the robot parts. You know, when they've got robot joints. So like Aegis from Persona. I think she's really cute. I love her arms. Oh, yes. Speaking of cyborgs, oh, what was that? What was that anime? Violet Evergarden. See, she's all sad and lonely throughout the entire anime. I would have been all over that. I'm revealing too much of myself. Aneurin, shut up. Damn girl, you look ergonomic as hell. Yeah, parts like not like rude, not like dirty parts, not like naughty bits. I mean like joints and things, robot joints, robot visible robot parts. Like look up Aegis. Look up Aegis from Persona 3. Was she in 3 or 4? I can't remember. Oh no, she spells it Aegis, doesn't she? Aegis. Can I open that? Yes, I can. Let me save that image. It's a WebP file. I can't do anything with bloody WebP files. Oh my goodness. Okay, hang on. Can I get a screenshot of that? I want to save desktop. There we go. Cool. Let me show you what I mean. I'll show you what I mean. See? This is what I mean. Robot bits. Actually visible robot bits. Like I said, as a kink, it's a weird one, but it's pretty harmless. I guess it same goes for like cyberpunk stuff, you know, augmented arms and legs and stuff. Yeah. Aneurin has revealed too much of himself and will not be streaming in the future. Well, it's harmless. If you ever hear that I've started doing any body modifications to myself, like, I actually don't have any body modifications. I have no tattoos, I've got no scarification, I've got no piercings, I've got nothing. But I tell you what, I have been wanting to get tattoos, but I want to go to Japan first, because apparently there are some places you can't go into if you don't have tattoos. Sorry, if you have tattoos. So, I definitely want to go to Japan first, then consider getting a tattoo. The tattoo that I've been thinking about for a long time is getting, you know, the body paint that Sonya has in Tears of the Kingdom. I wanted to get the body paint that Sonia's got as tattoos. I'd love to get that. I think that'd be really cool. I've also wanted to get, like, the, you know, the Hyrule crest for a long time. But, you know, one of the things I was, okay, how did I get to this? One of the things that I've never liked, face tattoos, right? I just don't have I don't like it. I'm not saying that no one can have them. You're welcome to do with your body what you wish. But when Cyberpunk came out with those with the lines on the faces, I was like, you know what? The facial lines and everything, the little modifications, so the little chips above the eyebrow and stuff like that. I'm looking at those and thinking to myself, okay, you've got my attention. You've got my attention. Ah, dear. But no, I like the patterns that Sonia has on her arms, and I would love to get those. But yeah. Want to go to Japan first. Anyway, that is going to be it from today. This is a bit of a short stream. That's where we started. we started at 6 today. We're finishing a little bit earlier because it is just a reintroduction. I hope to see you tomorrow for Xenoblade Chronicles 2, and Friday for Minish Cap, and Saturday for Prince of Persia. Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown is a game that definitely needs a lot more love. It's a game that I really enjoyed when I played the demo, and it's a game that I think deserves more attention, because Ubisoft suck when it comes to advertising games that aren't their big sellers, you know? So, did you know that there's a new Prince of Persia came out last year? Yeah. And no one has heard of it. It honestly doesn't look as good as Lost Crown, to be fair. It kind of went in its own direction, but I'm not a fan of the art style at all. But yeah, there was a new, I think it's called the Rogue Prince or something like that. Prince of Persia. No, that's not how you spell the Rogue. Yeah, it's just called the Rogue. Prince of Persia, the Rogue. Oh no, it's not called Prince of Persia, the Rogue. It's called the Rogue Prince of Persia. The Rogue comes first. Okay. Not a fan of the art style, honestly. Does not appeal to me in the slightest. Prince of Persia, Lost Crown, gorgeous art. So fluid, so polished. The game is great. So I would definitely recommend checking it out. At very least, come and check it out on Saturday when we play the first episode of Prince of Persia, Lost Crown. And, you know, see it for yourselves. It's short, you can stay up for the whole thing. A short stream, 4 point. Yeah. Yeah, in the future, we'll be going up until 11, and then maybe till 11:30 if we need to extend it. But we are starting a little bit earlier than usual at 6 p.m. as opposed to 6:30. It's only half an hour, but that half an hour can make all the difference in the world. So, with that being said, I am going to say goodbye for now. That is it. That is the end. Welcome to the end of the stream. hope to see you in the future. Hope you've enjoyed this stream. I hope you've enjoyed this little peek behind the curtain at we'll have longer conversations about Robo Chicks in the future. But yeah, that's it. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk. And thank you so much for those who sent super chats tonight. Plague Doc sent a big one when he first swung in. Dude swung in like Spider Hulk, you know? He just kind of swings in, drops a 20, and then leaves. Like, what are you doing, man? We live together. You can literally just give me the cash. But yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. And thank you to Tim, Marley, Kay, and of course, Kiko as well, who have also sent us super chats on the New Year's stream. I'm going to take an opportunity to just say thank you for super chats at the end of a stream. If I can keep track of everyone that did send them. I'm going to try to. I'm going to do my best. You deserve it. If you've sent me some money, then you deserve it. So I'll try to keep track of that one. And in the future, when we do have memberships, I will have like a membership credits list in the loading zone when we finally start doing the loading zone. So that's it. That's all from me. Yeah, that's all from me. Thank you all for being here. Hope you've had fun. I hope you will continue to have fun. Be good to yourselves. Be excellent to each other. Play more video games, and until I see you, I wish you all peace and high scores. So long, everyone.